Tukifunga mlango unaweza ongeza sauti kidogo.
Suda. Habari mbaya zimenifikia, mandugu zangu wananikulia, kumbe sahani yangu ni sinia na inaniuma sana. Yule mpenzi niliaminia, nikamuweka mbele ya dunia. I must be tripping nikikurudia, umenitesa sana.
Rada, squeezy madem ni blanda. Jana kuzwali mkaza his family get together kwa bed. Your story tumekata. Maboy wengine blanda watakukulia mama na kuchekeshe sana. Madem madem wa siku hizi wana machali wengi. Nilichapa moja juzi ikaingia ndani dive
Nairobi. Yule nakupea, pia nanipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare, ogopa sana Nairobi. Yule nakupea, pia nanipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare, ogopa sana.
Yani DJ, yani sasa ile time yangu inafika na unakata muziki. Ama watu wa kitambi wafai kudance. It's all right. Simameni tafadhali. Usiende. Uliposema unaitwa?
Ruth.
Mwambie hizo page zote
nini. My stage name ni Rehesi. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Rehesi REYHESSY. Alafu niko na sessions pia. Inafanyika folk. Thank you.
Folk iko wapi?
Folk iko Eastmark, opposite Eastmark Hotel. Yes, family care.
Aya, yani folk ni unaenda wapi? Wewe simameni sasa, mmenidanganya ya kutosha.
Simama.
Wapige malingala. DJ, wewe dance venye unajua tu, ukilemewa kopi hapa mbele. Uko na lingala?
Otimbi na timbilio. Soba no kakats. Rana no kakats.
Jizo. Ile minona kwe. Osali no lokote. Otoki no kutute. Na pete kaka bongo yope pesa ya. Yope pesa ya. Cleopatra Mukula.
Ase otele minona kwe. Osali no lokote. Na motoki ajibu. Wataka ule wewe. Yope pesa yo.
Zoba no kakati. Yuma no kakati. Zoba no kakati. Oh Elka, initiative plus. Toza kolia, toza komela, toyena programme. Liliete, yo beba pesa ya. Yo beba pesa ya. Kilo bunda, Jean-Paul Bishweka. Obani bulo na dize, olembino na douze. Talabaninga ba continue. Nazima tangwa sale, yo beba futa. La haute gamme Elga élégance. Yo beba futa ya. Salomon, Ben Salomon. Yuma no kakati. Zoba no kakati. Yuma no kakati. Zoba no kakati. Le MVP, Serge Ibaka.
Oya, sukuma, we, simba na washa moto. Sukuma, we, ambia walale watoto. Basa cheza shubaka yoko, sayoko, yani kambo na chamba doko. Moko moko. Wape, nasema wape. Sasa wape. Sometakasha wape. Komesha wape. Nyuno ya kwenye cha wape. Nyongesha wape. Koya, matega, mikono juu. Kambu shusha chini. Leta tena juu. Chuja kwa kiuno. Tunanyatia. Zakunyatia. Tunanyatia. Zakunyatia. Tunanyatia. Zakunyatia.
Excellence ZK. La fondation DND plus forte. Parfumerie Stéphanie na Pullman.
Noni, unaonaje? Tunaanza kushinda vijana wadogo. Twende kila mtu sasa. Nakuru mwezi boyeka hivi bwana. Watu
Eric Mandala.
we ukisimama tu, mbona unasimama? Young people of Nakuru, ukisimame tu. Aya. Ruka kidogo bwana. Bas. We usichoke, usijaribu kuchoka, ndio tunaanza tu. Utachoka aje saa hii?
Usiangalie neighbor yako, usiangalie neighbor, just dance.
Don't look at your neighbor.
Don't look at your neighbor.
Don't look at your neighbor. DJ twende kanisa. Jayden anatoroka. Twende church DJ. Jayden usitoroke. Haya. DJ twende.
Another one.
Wewe usisimame tu. Haya, hiyo at least unaijua, si ndio? Twende kila mtu, twende. Noni.
Ukahisi kama wewe na Mungu mlishatengana. Sema sigogo, sema sinyunyu. Amo yeso la gloria nini.
Ay. Ay. Nakuru twende.
Jerusalema,
Hey.
ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana. Jerusalema, ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami.
Aya, nice.
Dawo yami ayikolana, buso wami awukolana. Ilondoloze.
Very nice. What?
Dawo yami ayikolana.
Hey! Hey! Kuja. Nice.
Ilondoloze.
Say. Nakuru twende.
Final move, one for the road.
Hey! What? Kama tumesema nice. Musikae chini. Tuanze sasa officially, si ndio? Maze. Hiyo imekuwa tight. Acha niulize swali young people, si ndio? Nani anajua kuimba national anthem? DJ, tusaidie. Nani? Utasaidiwa na accompaniments. Tafadhali. Thank you so much. Tuombe tafadhali dada yetu kabla uende. Tuombe.
Our Father and our God, in the name of Jesus Christ, we are here. We have gathered here, oh God, for this powerful peace forum. We pray that you be with us from the start to the end, oh God. We pray that, oh Lord, you capture our thoughts and our ideas, that we speak of things that will add value to this country, to this our society we live in, and to come up with solutions, oh God, that will help us. In the name of Jesus Christ, we thank you and we honor you. We pray that you keep us safe till we see the end of this, we shall be careful to thank you. We remember those who are coming, oh Lord, wherever they are, may you quicken their steps to come here, oh God, that we may be in this together. We thank you and we worship you. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and we give thanks. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Makofi yake. Noni?
Hi, welcome. Let's have our seats to settle down. Kama simu yako is not on vibrate, please ieke on silent. Ama vibrate. Thank you. Tuko sawa? So we're about to welcome the playmakers with a play.
Yeah, thank you. As the playmakers are getting ready,
Yes.
there are some people that have joined us. Tafadhali, karibu. Thank you so much for being here. Muhuni, why are we here again? Maybe to remind those that have joined us late.
So we are here to discuss peace during elections and to know more about gender-based violence in this period. So it can get very volatile. Tunajua hivyo. And also co-experience harassment of whatever kind. So we want to shed light on that today, sindio? And especially being young people, tunataka hii cycle ishe na sisi, sindio? Isiendele mbele. So that's why we are here today. So feel free to comment, to interact with people, meet new people, make connections, sindio? We're also here for that, meet new people and make connections. And yeah, remember to have fun. Usikwe serious tena sana.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Tafadhali usikasirike zaidi. Hebu kwanza smile mtu umeka kando yake. Smile for somebody at least. Smile for ama smile at. Umesmailia mtu, si ndio? Hebu mtu asmailie David. David hajasmailiwa the whole year.
Who is David?
Anajijua. Yeah, thank you. Now, I think right about now, should we be inviting
the playmakers?
The playmakers.
Yes.
Sawa sawa. Then after the playmakers, we hope that our partners, very important guests from the county, will be here. Mutaona a few copies of the program going around. Thank you so much. Playmakers, the stage is yours.
Buta, 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 buta. tablet na kadhalika. Huyu ni mdosi mwenyewe Bwana Bazuka. Alisema atanipigia ndio nitumie ile ya kazi nilimfanyia juzi ya kuacha uliaje kisha bila kukaguliwa. At least leo nitakula kanyama choma na kachumbari. Hello sir, Honorable Bazuka. This is I personally, individually, yani Inspector Ngurika mwenyewe. Unaweza tuma kwa hii namba.
Hiyo maneno ya kutuma ndo nataka uniambie. Nani ametuma vijana hapo? Who sent them?
Kutuma vijana. Ai mdosi. Kuwatuma wapi tena?
The young Pilates are trying to pull down the development money. Shame sana.
Abomination. Lakini mkubwa ile jina nimeelewa hapo tu ni monument. Ile ingine ya Pilates sijui. Ama unajaribu kusema Pilato au Pilau.
Shut your parroting. You need come poop. You better be there to stop them. Or else the next phone call tutapata na kuvuta kali.
Yes, bwana mkubwa sana.
I cannot let them pull down that monument. They will unearth a lot of skeletons and make this go. Take your neck.
Yaani nivutwe kazi sababu ya kujiangalia tunaenda kuangusha mnara. Ulisikia wapi? Ulisikia wapi? Nivutwe kazi na vile nina deni nyingi. Sara, Brand, naanza kuuliza. Yaani nina bibi watatu na wote niliona loni. Lakini mdosi ananipenda sana. Ameniita jina kubwa sana ya heshima. Ameniita Ninkombu. Sijui maana ya Ninkombu. Lakini hao vijana watajua mimi ni Ninkombu leo.
Tuko karibu kuiangusha. Tuvute.
Vuta.
Let's put down this monument of all the ideologies and perceptions.
Vuta.
Hebu kidogo.
Kidogo ya nini Victor?
Tulia, Andrea. Hii mambo haitaki hasira.
Tunajua ni historia kuangusha hii mnara ya wazee.
Kwa hivyo
nataka tuweke kumbukumbu. Kaeni hivi. Pigeni popo. Nataka niwapige ka selfie, ka photo moto.
wacha ujinga Victor. Punda. Tuache matusi. Tuvute.
Vuta.
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 Bwana Bazuka.
Bazuka. Vijana mama, mnakunywa tamaa na mnaleta tu balaa. Tumeharibika. Hebu torokeni.
Big baby.
Mnafaa mtoroke. Kuangusha huu mnara ni sawa na kujichimbia kaburi na kuzika.
Hatutoroki.
Mnajifanya nyinyi ni watukutu. Mnataka kufanya mambo yaende sekemeke.
Sisi sio watukutu Bwana Bazuka. Ni nyinyi viongozi wazee ambao ni watukutu. Mmekosa utukufu na kufanya maisha ya vijana kwenda segemnege.
Na sisi vijana tumavaa kama sio sasa
Ni
sasa
sasa
hivi.
Kama si leo ni leo.
Kama si leo ni leo.
Kama si leo ndio sauti zenu za chura.
Hatutanyamaza hadi tuangushe huu mnara.
Ai, hatuwezi kutoka bwana. Ai bwana. Bazuka.
Haki yetu. Haki yetu. Haki yetu. Haki yetu. Nimefika na silaha zangu. Nifanye nini?
Bwana Bazuka, nimefika na silaha zangu. Nifanye nini? Nancy. Mungekuwa mmewatoa hapa jana. Kabla mambo ya kwenda segemneke. Wewe. eti sasa vijana waiongoze nchi. Ulisikia wapi? Nauliza wewe, ulisikia wapi? Vijana ni viongozi wa kesho, sio viongozi wa leo.
Sasa hiyo kesho leo ni leo, tena sasa, na kama sio sasa ni sasa hivi.
Vijana, ona sasa tena umeanza kujirudia rudia. Eti sasa, kama sio sasa ni sasa. Ama wewe ni ndugu ya hii mtu anayekaribisha.
Sijirudi boss, nasisitiza tu kwamba vijana wamesema kesho yao ni leo, tena sasa, na kama sio sasa ni sasa hivi. It's time for the youth to start up leadership and redeem themselves, and nobody can stop genge.
Hawasemi genge, wanasema nobody can stop reggae. Ama ni aje? Hii kijana anaita reggae genge. Alafu hao vijana wanasema wako wapi? Mbona walikuacha siko peke yako? Walimdanganya kisha wakamruka kipetelo PS. Ama mpigie pendo wao muulize.
Farida, nikuulize kitu.
Sasa hata wewe unaweza kuwa kama mimi. Uliza tu maswali.
Victor, wacha maneno. Vanessa, uliza swali.
Oh, okay. Oh, kumbe ni hivyo. Yaani bocha ile akiuliza swali ananyamazishwa. Lakini kacha ile akiuliza anaruhusiwa, si ndio?
Wacha mambo Victor. Vanessa, uliza swali.
Farida, unaona kama watakubali kumtoa Andrea leo?
Sheria za nchi zinasema mtu akishikwa sharti afikishwe kotini within 24 hours. Kweli?
Kweli.
Andrea alishikwa juzi. Jana tulikuwa kotini, hakuletwa. Leo pia tumekuwa kotini,
Hajaletwa.
hiyo ni ukiukaji wa sheria, na sisi kama vijana tunakataa.
Tunakataa.
Vijana akikubali kudhulumiwa, ni nchi inadhulumiwa.
Vijana wakinyanyaswa, ni nchi inanyanyaswa, kwa sababu vijana ni uti wa mgongo wa nchi yoyote ile. Haleluya!
Haleluya.
Lazima sisi kama vijana tujikomboe, because as they say, the illustrious revolution has never been led by the bourgeois. Amen.
Amen.
Very eloquent, very elaborate, very, very intense. This is a clear indication that the youth are ready and right for leadership. Now I agree with you. Kama sio sasa,
Ni sasa hivi. Wazee, ilongea bazuka ipateka mpoa.
Don't be fooled by his words. What are leaders of the youth? Sisi tu kama leadership. Ukinyunyizia choo manukato, bado kinabaki kuwa choo.
I brought you guys for vijana.
How ironical. Kazi kwa vijana. But where did the money go?
Kazi kwa vijana,
Pesa kwa wazee.
I pushed for 30% of government tender given to the youth.
and then behind the scenes, you ensure the youth cannot get the starting capital required for each tender. Yo, yo.
You got it all wrong. I can buy you a cup of tea and explain everything to you.
Choi, nakuletea ya nikibisa. Wazee, kwa nini unataka?
Watu mshinda pesa. Atuhonge na chai ya kobole na mandazi ya kobole. Kisha kesho atuibie mamilioni. Wewe, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time.
And now that you've seen the light, we stand up for our rights.
What right?
Tunataka kujua. Mbona Angie hajaletwa kotini tangu juzi?
Then we share the same sentiment. That is the same reason I'm here. I want to know why one of my constituents by the name Andrea has not been brought to court 2 days later.
Unaona wazee? Ilongea bazuka la jani kijana. Kubali ni uitai.
Wacha ujinga Victor.
Si ujinga Farida. Mimi niko njaa.
Okay, Victor, I will give you some money to go buy your friends something.
Hapo sawa, hapo sawa.
Farida.
Farida, kienda huko usikubali kukongeka, geuke
governance and decision making. Na si kuna vijana wameshakuwa juzi mkaweka bungeni. Kazi yao ni kutuangana tu na kuleta hoja za kuhalalisha bangi. Hiyo ndio mnataka? Mnataka watu wakuje bangi na si ndio? Hao sio wakilisha vijana. Hao ni vibaraka wa mabwenyenye wanaowatumia vijana vibaya. Okay. Basi mkiangusha huu mnara, mweke mnara wenu nje, utakawapa fursa ya kugombea ubunge kutoka hivi mtamchagua nani? Sio eti tushachagua na chaguo letu ni Farida. Farida? Mwanamke? Obe. Wisha sisi. Kila kijana. Unataka kutoa kumbe hii kijana anafanya spoken word. Hii kijana anaitwa Willy Oeva. What's right? Alisema vijana wanataka kufuata ukweli, lakini hawajui ukweli ni nini. Sasa kwa wewe hata ukweli ni gani? Ukweli ni mwanamke anahitaji siku 5 ama 7 kila mwezi ili kuona mwezi. 7 times 12 hiyo ni kama miezi 3 hivi ambayo mwanamke hatakuwa kazini na bado tunamlipa. Hayo ni maumbile yake na haifanyi yeye hata kutokuwa kiongozi mwema. Kijana, hebu wacha hii mambo ya mwanamke kuwa kiongozi. Mimi nina bibi watatu. Wa kwanza nilioa na loan ya sana. Nikamfungulia biashara na alipoanza kupata faida akaanza kunikalia kichwa. Nikajua dawa ya moto ni moto. Nikachukua loan nyingine kwa grant. Nilijaribu kwenda pesa. Nikawa bibi wa pili. Naye nikamfungulia biashara. Kidogo faida. Akaanza kunikalia kifua. Ikabidi nitulize sasa. Nioe bibi wa tatu. Hizi naona ameanza kunikanyanga kidogo. Mwanamke hatosheki atakutumia na kuachanisha. Na hivi ndivyo huyu mwanamke atawafanyia. Sio hata anaitwa Farida. Farao sio watu wazuri. Haiti Farao kwa Farida na milango na mkema sana. Yeye si kigeugeu. Kama sio kigeugeu. Na hao vijana. Mbona hakuja kuona? Na wahisi hapo nje. Nasikia sauti zao zikiimba wimbo wa Mungu. Unaona muda gani? Hebu ndio hao pale. Wale ndio vijana waliojitolea mhanga kubadilisha hii mambo ili hii maisha yasitendee sengemnege. Na hapo unamwona dada lazima yupo. Unaona? Sasa njoo nikuonyeshe ile soda yako ameenda. Unaona? Namuona ndio yeye. Lakini wala alipo ni wapi sasa? Yaani bazuka na uzee wake wote. Bado ana uwezo wa kupitia mabinti wadogo baroni. Mbisafi kweli. Sasa kale ni uzuri mwa. Sasa huyu kijana anakeka nini? Kama mimi Farida angekuwa dadangu, ningefurahi sana mahusiano yake na mdosi wa Kabazuka kwa sababu niliongelea kwenye pesa. Lakini huyu kijana sio anungulika nini? Sijui ni hivyo. Ama ni nini? Ndio maana vijana hamjatosha kuwa viongozi because you don't know how to grab opportunities. Na Farida amekawia sana kabla ya rudi. Na niko
Nini? Sasa hapa ni wapi umenileta?
Hii ndio ofisi ya senior police inspector.
Unamaanisha Inspector Ngorika?
Ngorika ni mtu wa mkono wa inspector. Yeye ni kama pana mwisema.
Na huyo senior inspector ndio nani haswa?
Nitakwambia. Lakini first things first. Uko hapa kwa sababu ya mtu yako leo.
Ninataka kujua mbona hajafikishwa kotini tangu juzi? Ama mnajaribu kutumia zile mbinu zenu za kitambo za kuhangaisha vijana wanapopigania haki zao?
Mimi usinihusishe na mambo ya polisi. Mimi ni mbunge. Na kazi yangu ni kuwaletea wananchi wetu walichagua.
Unapanga kumtetea haki za ndugu yangu vipi? Utakuwa wakili wake?
Wewe unajua vyema mimi si wakili. Wewe ndio umejihusisha na mambo ya sheria.
Haya basi, utamtetea kivipi?
Nataka tuelewane kitu moja. Hamtogusa tena huu mnara.
Mbona tusiuguse?
Huu mnara uliwekwa hapa na mababu zetu. Na kuangusha ni kufukua hasira zao.
Huo mnara uliwekwa hapo kwa minajili ya kuboresha maisha, kuhakikisha kuwa kuna elimu kwa wote na kutoa umaskini. Lakini mnara huu unatajirisha viongozi wazee ambao ni wachache na kunyanyasa vijana ambao ni wengi.
Hii vijana ni wazembe.
Vijana sio wazembe. It is you leaders who are not giving the youth the right environment and infrastructure to work from. Mnasema kuwa vijana warudi shambani wakalime. Wakilima watapeleka mazao zao wapi, ilhali kila uchao mnafunga viwanda na kuimport products ambazo mnauza maradufu. Hiyo ni kufanya mambo yaende segemnege.
Wewe, hii vijana mchukue loans, mchukue biashara zenu. Tumewapatia youth fund. Wana mwende kuchukua, wana mchukue youth fund. Hii ni wazembe.
Loan ya 50,000 na bado haupewi yote. Unapewa 45,000. Kisha inapaswa mwe watu 20. 50,000 kwa watu 20 hata kibanda haitoshi kutengeneza. Sembuse leseni za biashara na stock ya kuuza. Sio ni kutuchezea.
Hapo hakuna kuwachezea. Tunajaribu kuwasaidia.
Hakuna kutusaidia. Nyinyi mnajipa loan ya mamilioni. Mshahara mnalipwa milioni. Mkienda bunge mnalipwa bado. Yaani watu wanaenda kuketi kulipwa kufanya kazi ambayo bado mwisho wa mwezi watalipwa bado. Hiyo ni kinaya ya maisha.
Ilikuwa kama wewe. Lakini nilipoingia bunge, nilielewa.
Hey, make me understand, Bwana Bazuka. You know, unlike you fast learners, some of us are scientists. We don't understand that part because we take time to interrogate and experiment before we understand.
Are you trying to abuse my literacy?
No, Bwana Mkubwa. I am just wondering what it is that you understand that we, the people who elected you, cannot understand. Oh, how we understood you back then. You had one of the best manifestos to empower the youth, and you approached our center, and optimistic with your ideas, we arranged for you to talk with the youth.
And I was eagerly waiting for that day. To launch my manifesto. A manifesto crafted and drafted by the youth themselves, giving their different opinions, ideas, and experiences to solve the problems facing the youth.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you, Lee?
How are you, Lee?
Vijana tialala.
Tialala.
Vijana tibim.
Tibim.
This is the day that the Lord has made.
And we will rejoice and be glad in it.
You are all welcome to this unique special forum that seeks to address the youth agenda. Our guest for today is a lily among thorns. He is among the few other people that believe that the youth can drive this economy to greater heights if given them a chance to innovatively engage in their energy and synergy. Let us
works 4 hours a day instead of 8 hours a day. That will ensure the youth who are unemployed will double income. I want to again. I deserve my phone. Number 2, time creation shall focus on food sector, making a 24-hour economy where businesses don't run for 8 hours. Instead, they run for 24 hours a day. And this will ensure that the youth working 4 hours a day shall have time to invest in their creation, talent, and creativity. I want to again. Wealth creation, we shall ensure that the youth have been given the capacity and skills to invest in their innovation, in their creation, in their talent. And this will make their income double because they are working only 4 hours a day. And thus, they will be job creators rather than job seekers.
Mmejisikia wenyewe, mnakubaliana? Do you agree that that blueprint is practical?
Yes.
Shall we adopt it?
Yes.
Do you agree that in the next election we shall turn out in large numbers to vote in Bwana Bazooka so he can implement it? In front of all the youth gathered here today and in the presence of God omniscient, we hereby sign this deal through a handshake. Hamtafurahi kwani? The youth turned out in large numbers, and during the elections, they voted you in. And when the results were announced, you were the winner with over 20,000 votes. Then after that, ulipotea. Ukageuka the youth, kipetero kiyesu.
Madam Farida, the youth shall and will never rule this constituency. It's not even ruled by us elected politicians.
Then who rules this, Mr. Know-it-all?
This constituency is ruled by the deep state.
Yeah? And what is deep state?
Nobody knows. These are forces well beyond our understanding.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sasa unataka kumaanisha that it is that deep state that erected the monument that you are now trying to protect?
Yes, they found it there, and that is why they must protect it in order to protect the future. And that is why I must protect it.
Even when it threatens to destroy the very people you promised to salvage from the yokes of depression.
My promise to the youth was changing. But once I got hold of it, my life became
Liar, coward, egocentric old maggot. We shall vote you out of leadership and bring that monument down.
You are too young to be shana now. In fact, your downfall has already begun. So acha matisho baridi.
No weapon formed against the youth shall prosper.
Mimi nakuambia, in the next coming election, I will be reinstated as the representative of this constituency. Yaani kenye nakwambia, sisi viongozi tutakula nyama nyingi sana kumeza mate. And there is nothing you can do about it.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Nimekuambia nini? No weapon formed against the youth shall prosper.
Nasema hivyo kwa sababu haujui ndugu yako wameshindwa juu ya nini.
Ameshikwa kwa sababu wa kuangusha mnara wa maendeleo. La, huwa mnara wa marudi nyuma.
Noni, kumbe hata hujui. Ndugu yako amekamatwa kwa sababu ya kuiba mali ya umma. 1 million shillings.
That's a joke. Haichekeshi. Tafuta nyingine. Andrea ndugu yangu kuiba mali ya umma. Hawezi. Andrea hata kuku hawezi kuiba.
Okay.
Siamini ya Mungu. zangu za kuwania kiti.
Hajaua ndoto yoyote. Wewe utaendelea na kampeni zako, lakini yeye utamuondoa kwa sababu tayari ako kanisani.
Nitamuondoa. Nitamdhalilisha.
Mwaibishe mbele ya watu.
Nitamwaibisha mbele ya watu. Hapana.
Nenda ukamuonyeshe asili yako. Ndio tunaita divide and rule. Hata wataenda huko wapigane, waibishane kwa hadhira, alafu askari wangu watakamata wote watatamba sokisi. Mimi ndo nimekosa mizani the next election. Hiyo ndo nimeingia kwa kiti. Tunataka hapa.
Sasa Vanessa, ni wapi hapo ulipeleka kula?
Kwa nini kwani chakula kiko tamu?
Si hivyo. Ile nilimlipa na kisha akasema sana. Akaniangalia tu na kacheka. Hakucheza kama yeye.
Ulikuwa unataka acheze kama yake vipi?
Tena nilipia kinyo mgongo. Kwa kweli ndio alipia chakula.
Hapo. Yaani kijana kama wewe mdogo hivi unawaza hongo. Kama nisaje ufisadi basi?
Ufisadi ni maisha. Tena kama sisi, tutatoa pesa ya kupeleka warembo wa super kama wewe hoteli kubwa usipocheza kama sisi. Si unajua lazima utapendi ya kufikisha pesa X. Ndio maana unaona tunashindwa kuoa. Wasichana wanakimbilia tu wote.
Victor, wacha kashisho zako. Tuingie ndani tuone kama Farida amekuwa Andrea.
Andrea? Na wewe unamjali sana Andrea, si ndio? Yaani mimi nakufeel. Kulo bwana. Ile na shindo. Mbona nyuma?
Labda sababu ni fupi. Bwana Bazuka ameniruhusu tuone mfungwa. Mfungwa? Farida, Andrea si mfungwa. Wafungwa ni wale wana hatia. Yana mlikuwa tunaishi. Ni mfungwa. Ana hatia.
Haya. Basi kiteni tukamwone mfungwa. Shuhuda. Unaendelea kucheki.
Akia kwa watakuacha.
Lazima. Wodi amepanda na kikumbili. Anakambe anashindania lightweight title na tu hadi kuone mbele.
Wewe malaya unafanya nini hapa shetani wewe?
Wewe ndiye shetani mkubwa. Kupe mnyonya watu.
Unaniita kupe malaya wewe? Hebu unifungulie hapa nifunga adabu.
Unifunze adabu? Unifunze adabu ni hali wewe mwenyewe hauna adabu wala aibu. Siri yako imefichuka.
Lo. Ndugu na dada wanatuhusiana. Ni kama drama, ni kama bingu. Let me go. Wengine leta viewers na subscribers kwa channel yangu.
Sasa hiyo ndio pindi mchivuto bwana Bazuka ashakupea wewe mwanamke baada ya kumfurahisha na mwili wako.
Mbona unafanya mambo hata tegemeke hapa? Hakuna cha tegemeke. Mambo hapa yako wazi kabisa. Kijidume hiki hakitashikwa kwa sababu ya mnara wa maendeleo.
Ameshikiwa nini?
Ufisadi. Amekuwa akiwa mali ya umma ili kujinufaisha kibinafsi.
Kumbe umeona kuome kufia Andrea kwa sababu anakuona kanyamozi, ndio?
Victor, utanikoma Victor. Farida, hebu thibitisha your allegations.
Ndio. Thibitisha mbele ya umma. Thibitisha.
Ndio hii hapa. Jioneni.
Bwana Bazuka, wewe umevalia kama mrembo anangoja kuteremsha kijani na mseo boda boda. Acha. This is called wearing a disguise. It's a technique of avoiding a call for attention. Unaenda hapo huko ndani. Enyewe hapo no one can say this you. Yaani no one can attest you are here isipokuwa mimi tu. Acha upuzi. Ni nini inaendelea huko ndani? Huko kumewaka moto kubwa kuliko ya jehanamu. Wanarushiana matusi kubwa kama Mount Kilimanjaro. Kwa hivyo mpango wetu unafanya kazi. Hapo ulipanga kama profesa wa mipangilio. Hao sioni tena wakikusumbua, maana siku ya uchaguzi watakuwa wakizikana. Maana naona wakiuana. Good. Wacha nisikilize mwenyewe.
Wewe ni mwizi wa pesa za vijana.
Uongo. Wewe ndio mwizi na wewe ndio hula pesa na mpenzi wako Bazuka.
Farida, je, niambia kwa Bazuka ni mpenzi wako? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Msimsikize huyu mshenzi. Anasema hivyo kwa sababu amegunduliwa.
Sasa kabla useme nini ni mwongo, hebu tuambie huo muda wote ulikuwa wapi? Tuambie.
Nilikuwa na bwana Bazuka. Lakini nilikuwa kumshughulikia huyo atolewe humu ndani.
Unishughulikia ama kupeana mahaba na kufanya mapenzi na mpenzi wako Bazuka? Mahaba?
Msimsikize huyu. Anasema hivyo kwa sababu amegunduliwa. Wase, mnanijua. Mimi siwezi fanya mahaba na rika babangu. Hiyo ni uongo. Huyu ndiye alikuwa akifanya vijana wakose maendeleo.
Guru yenu ndio mnasikiana. Napenda hii story. Hata nilikotwa. Unaweza tena kunyangu.
Unaonaje mkubwa? Hao tushawagombanisha. Hawawezi kupatana tena pamoja.
Sasa
Ujinga ni nusu. Si ungenimalizia tu. Fanya aje? Shika haya makaratasi. Uende uyazike pale chini ya mnara mahali hawatayapata. Alafu ikuje na kumalizia. Yes, kuna mkubwa sasa. Harakisha na kungoja hapo.
unaweza tena simu yangu.
Huko ni mambo yanaendelea. Kila kitu tuwaitia kabisa. Vanessa, Andrea ashaniharibia uongozi. Ama huoni nitawaniache kiti ikiwa ndugu yangu mwenyewe ni mfisadi?
Haya ni mambo umepanga na bwana Bazuka ili wewe uwache uongozi na vijana waendelee kutumikia.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Farida, haya makaratasi yatoa. Si nilipewa na bwana Bazuka. Na wewe Andrea, nani alipeleka kwa Farida ni mpenzi wa bwana Bazuka?
Niambiwa na Inspector Gorika.
Hamuoni? Hizi ni njama zao za kutenganisha. Wana hiyo tuko wengi. Tukikuwa na umoja, hakuna kitu kinaweza kutenganisha. Tutaweza kuchukua uongozi bila shida yoyote. Hizi ni njama zao za kutugawanya. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Huyu ni mwizi.
Na wewe ni malaya. Mungu tena sana.
Wase.
Umetoa pia haya makaratasi.
Unaona? Nilipokuwa nimeenda kokota simu yangu hiyo. Nilipata Gorika akichimba chini ya mnara. Alipolizeka chini kando ya kisima. Pio.
Hivi ndivyo huwa wanatuchezea.
Yes. Hivyo ndivyo huwa wanakudanganya na kuchanganya.
Naam, hivi ndio wanagawanya.
Hapa umecheza kole mchezaji wa Arsenal aliyefanya Man United kulala moja mtungi. Anaitwa Aubameyang.
Huu sio wakati wa mpira. Andrea ndugu yangu. Nisamehe kwa kukuita mfisadi. Nisamehe.
Nisamehe kwa kufanya wewe mzigo.
Makaratasi.
Kuja hapa.
Wewe mnashika visa polisi.
Against the Peru.
Ingizi huku ndani.
Hebu mnifungulie hapa. Mnajua mtanimwagia unga.
Yako mfisi wako penye wako ako kwanza.
Kufungia.
Sema hapo hapo.
Ndiye. Mtanimwagia unga.
Wapi wenzako wapi?
Msimwambie ni mimi. Tena mimi.
Where is the evidence? Ask your friend Mr. Ngorika.
Vuta, vuta.
Vuta.
Vuta, vuta.
Vuta.
Vuta mnara chini.
Vuta.
Vuta.
Sasa basi, kama venye vijana tulikuwa tumepanga hapo awali kwamba tunataka kiongozi wa kutoka katika tayari Farida tuongoze. Ndio. Farida tunakukabidhi mnara mpya wenye kuanzia sasa utaweza kumilikiwa na vijana. Sawa? Sawa. Nataka tu celebrate kiongozi wetu mpya Farida, na yeye ndio atakuwa kiongozi wa vijana kuanzia sasa. Wazee wabaki pembezoni.
Hi guys. I hope you're fine. I hope you enjoyed the show, and I hope you got the message home. I think I'll invite the cast. Oh, I'm doing this on behalf of Brunia. Step out. He's our director. We have Premierka Stella, CBO based in Messenger Kamuni. Our CBO that uses art, especially youth using art to spread different messages, to communicate, to inform the community. So I think we'll start from
Habari zenu. My name is Joseph Kamau. I was playing Bwana Bazuka.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Asalamu alaikum. Kwa majina naitwa Isaac, mimi nilikuwa nacheza Andrea.
I am Anne Karaoke. I was playing Vanessa.
Kata sim. Tuko sawa. Kata sim. We don't like disturbance of the head. Mimi naitwa kwa majina naitwa Maxwell Michael. Social media Max_Mari. Mimi sikuwa nacheza, mimi sikuwa na play. Actually mimi nilikuwa serious. Nilikuwa na acting Ngorika.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. My name is Charlene Rena Achieng, and I was playing Farida.
Good afternoon. My name is Stanley Kimani, and I was playing Santos and Adlibs.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm Fidel Muhando. I was playing Victor.
Hamjamboni. My name is Cleon Kitur. I was playing Adlibs. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Before a little bit of discussion or facilitation, any questions, comments on the show, on the message? Fine. Oh, yes, right.
Hi everyone. I'll just love to commend you for the good work that you have done. You have really given out what youths are really undergoing. You all understand, we all understand what we are going through. And as Bazu, you are displaying here. I hope if one day you'll ever run for an elective position, you don't make youths go through what they have gone through there. Then this guy, what was his name? Victor. I know it's you are playing here, but when it comes to ground, mambo ya pesa tuache. Kupewa alafu tunadanganywa as youths. Kindly let's uphold to our dignity. Let's not be used as youths. Sawa sawa. But you have done a good job. I really love what Nakuru youths are doing. And I think the same thing, we are going to take it back to Nairobi. I think we should emulate what you have done. I've really loved what you have done. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words.
So thank you. So mine is just to appreciate you for the kind of work that you're doing. Actually, I was watching the play and it really impressed me. because actually that's the reality on the ground. So, that's what's happening. So they all play actually give the face of what's happening in our society. So the message is, as young people, let us take up the space, let us give up the seats, let's not wait to be invited. Asante.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Just one question before we wrap up. From where you stand, what would you say prevent most women? If we look at the aspirants we have now, very few are women. And 50 or more years later, after independence, we still have a lot of positions, elective positions being occupied by men. And it's not like women wamekatazwa jambiwa hapana. Maybe wamekatazwa in another manner, but what would you say is preventing women for going for these seats, for exercising their democratic right to be elected, to stand to be elected or to vie for such a seat? Anyone? Why do we not have many women players? Oh, sure.
I think women are actually vying. Most women are out here vying. But now the patriarchy behind is what is preventing most women from getting to the ballot. Like, I'm not going to mention names, but I previously talked to a woman who was an aspirant, but she wasn't given the tickets to the party just because she's a woman. Actually, the person who denied her that opportunity told her, "You're a woman, you can get a nomination." So it's not that women are not interested and are not vying. It's just that the system is so patriarchal.
Thank you. A little bit, one follow-up or two. You say that women do actually want to vie, right, and are interested. So what is happening ni hapo katikati between vying, now you are vying for the seat and getting there? Getting there is the main issue, right? At least to this date. And another thing you said, in your words, alisema anaweza poa nominations, sindio?
Yes.
We have this rule, the to that gender rule, kwenye if women do not reach that number to satisfy the gender rule, wanakuwa nominated. So I'm thinking, hiyo nomination yenyewe inaanza kuwa a problem rather than a solution, right? If you're told do not vie, will just be nominated, that does not really alleviate a lot of things. Just a follow-up. Thank you. There's another.
I'm Bilali Benson, Laikipia University. I'll just go direct to the point. Because of masculine ideology, most men, we feel we are physically fit. That is the reason why we oppress ladies. And from the historical background, most men do shy that we want to be taken to Wangu Makere history. Some of us, we learned that history a long time ago. We were narrated to us. It's still in our head. And most men, ladies should stand up now and just go direct. Don't fear. Don't get shy of insult of what, because I know everybody, when it comes to politicking in Kenya, without fear and contradiction, the blood of ethnicity is thicker than the blood of Christ.
Bas, na digest your point bado. Tuchukue one more reaction. Okay, we'll take 1, 2, 3. In which order? Let me start there and come back.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
We also find that women, in the population that we have in Kenya, women carry the largest percentage. Sini ukweli. But already we have this perception from the women that we can't elect our fellow women because of one reason or another. Or maybe, okay, I've just come from a meeting whereby we were discussing the same issue, and the women themselves come with these answers that the women themselves, they don't want to elect their fellow women because of the ideologies they have. Why? They think When you get at a higher position and that you are a woman, you'll become proud. You will not treat the other women well. Is it true? But I think to get a solution for that, we need to come out of that mentality, because we have women who can lead. We have women who can really represent their fellow women in positions of leadership. Thank you.
I believe this is a free space, ndio? I tend to disagree. We've normalized things, na tumeishi tukisema sisi wanawake ndo tunapiga wanawake wenzetu, si ndio? We've normalized this until kwa akili yetu inakuwaga tu sisi wanawake ndo tunapiga wanawake wenzetu. It's a high time we change that narrative, because I believe that as Muna, I'll look into a leader as a leader, not because based on a gender. The other thing, we've generalized the matter of gender. Ikakuwa sasa tu, that two-third gender means that a female needs to be nominated. Let's break that norm. The other issue, because women hawafiki pale, it's the same reason amesema. The other issue, parties wanatumia wanawake sexually. People are violated sexually in the parties. The other thing, unafika msena amefika kwa podium pale juu, anaambiwa kwa sababu amevaa sketi fupi, anaambiwa you don't have to use the stairs, climb hapo juu. Kwa nini msena apitia difficult time kufika pale kwa podium na mwanaume anaweza patiwa stairs apande juu? It has happened here in Kenya. Na tumeona very confidently during this period yenye tunaelekea saizi ya election, kuna mwanamke aliambiwa pande juu na alikuwa amevaa nguo, amevaa dress, hakupatiwa ladder apande juu, lakini mwanaume alipatiwa ladder apande juu. So let's stop these norms na hii narrative yenye tunakuwa nayo kwa mind that lazima mwanamke akuwe nominated kwa sababu tumenormalize. Let's stop this narrative ya kusema we don't support our fellow women. Actually, sisi tunafanya mentorship to support other women waweze kuwa kufika pale pale wako. But it's because we keep talking about this that sisi ni adui wanawake wenzetu. Let's stop that narrative.
Thank you. I think we'll just leave us with...
Yeah, there was one guy.
Nilikuwa nataka niseme pia culture. Culture inaitwaje kwa Kiswahili? Ya utamaduni na maadili, bado wanasema kwamba ati wanawake hawatasimama mbele ya. Pia wanasema wanawake wako easily. Vile niliona Farida alikuwa convinced akapelekwa huko. So kama angekuwa mwanamke strong, ule mwanaume angemconvince. So sisi hapa hivi at large tutasema mwanamke akienda huko juu tuseme kama huyu mwenye anavai senator, governor kwa UDA, aingie pale na convinceiwe tuseme na mtu mwingine ambaye ni mwanaume. Zile vitu ambaye anafaa kuleta huku ground hata leta kwa sababu mwanaume ashamconvince na atakaa tu kusikia vile mwanaume atasema. So culture na hiyo kukua convince ndio inafanya wanawake wasipewe chance ya kuenda huko nje.
Thank you for your contributions. Before we give the mic.
Just the last one. Thank you. And you know you have to react to the point that he made.
Okay. I would speak this in terms of trying to look at, is that question she's asked, but I want to look at it as hope, okay? Giving hope. We've talked about culture, isn't it? The cultural factor is what has brought us to this, isn't it? It began on the patriarchal, long time ago, believing that women are supposed to be staying at home, looking after children. Si ni kweli? Then you remember the times of Beijing, tunakumbuka, when women went and fought for their rights, isn't it? We are here now, look at Kina Mother Wangari, and right now we are having Mother, isn't it? So when it comes to change is a process. Even when you want to change your behavior, even when you want to change your culture, definitely you must start with one step, isn't it? A 1,000-mile journey starts with some step. But when you look at, we are looking at hope. Yes, it has always been like that. Wanawake wamekuwa wakisikia vibaya. But then, I want to say, there is hope. We are making it slowly by slowly. Even what you've just shown us, we are starting to get more muscular to fight that culture of the patriarchal of wazee. So what we need to do is to talk about hope. is to encourage each other. Like that culture, we need to change it. And a change is a process. And it will take one step to another to make the 1,000 steps to where we are heading to. I'm talking about hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If were to remark on the comments you've mentioned, I also believe the women do not support women is quite a narrative that we have to like just get rid of already, because I don't believe it's entirely true now. That's from a individual standpoint. I want to comment on what Muna has said about, do we now want to elect women just because you're a woman? Okay, you're a woman. Okay, have a seat. It's like a privileged position because you're being a woman. And I think also that is not what we look for as we call for equality. I want to challenge us as women that as much as we want to get to these positions to be elected, we also become competent enough, you know? If have many women who have the necessary requirements, not just the papers, even the integrity and every other thing, competency. Will you ever once made a challenge to us as youths? Youths who may say, we want to be elected, but we also should look at ourselves. Are we competent enough? So as much as we're working on getting there, we also become competent so that uchaguli tu sababu wewe ni mwanamke. Unachaguliwa because wewe ni mwanamke and you can. You have the ability and you have the necessary requirements. And yes, thank you for talking of hope. My lecturer back in school, anatuambianga hivi, especially when we talk about women matters, sometimes for 50 years later, 50 plus more later, we should now stop talking about the problems. Like, kuna hapa shida, kuna hapa shida, kuna hapa shida, and now the solution, right? We have complained enough, maybe we have said this is not okay here and there, but now let's start working at the solution. Like the solution is the main focus, other than there's a problem here, there's a problem here, because we agree, we acknowledge there's a problem. Now let's start working it as women, as young people. Cleon had a question before we finish.
I believe we'll continue with the discussions a bit later. Sema kofi yao. Hey. Yeah, you've done so well. Hiyo mic ilikuwa chini kiasi. You've done so well. Makofi yao tena ya kilo for highlighting those issues. And how I wish that we not only present them in place, but we also get to act and do the same. Our host, Noni, what's happening next?
I believe we're about to invite, to recognize the presence of a few people that are very crucial to this event. So, who am I handing it over to?
I believe at this particular moment, DJ, Bisha Joel aje hapa kidogo.
Tafadhali.
Tafadhali. Akuja to take through.
Lama, tuko vipi? How is the session? Sawa sawa. Kwa jina naitwa Joel Morethi. Nafanya na shirika ambalo linaitwa GVRC, or the Gender Violence Recovery Center of Nairobi Women's Hospital. I'm one of the program staff, and basically I focus more on prevention of GBV, child abuse, and also doing advocacy work. So this session, I want us to do a bit of introductions. We have our partners whom we are working with at county level, and also our development partners. But before then, it's important, because we're in Nakuru County, that we allow the county representative or the directorate concerned to officially welcome us, so that we can feel at home and we have their blessings for us to proceed with this session. At this juncture, I want to invite the representative from the Youth Directorate. I don't know whether she has arrived or he has arrived. I know they might be joining us. And in the absence, we have also the Gender Directorate, represented by Rachel. So I think, Rachel, now we don't have a choice. You could sufficiently represent the county in giving some official remarks and also the official opening before we proceed. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Asante.
Pigieni makofi.
Yeah, I think it will give a bit of an encouragement.
Yeah.
This is my first time to like do this. I had actually requested from higher authorities nisifanye hivi. So it won't be so formal, sina speech, but feel welcomed. First of all, we really appreciate you. We know there are very many things happening in Nakuru County today. Kwa sababu hata saa hii tumetoka mkutano ingine bado women and IBC. There is a lot of vitu zina happen NAC, and also there is another women empowerment happening at Legacy. You can join them maybe after this session. It is good. And as young people, as women represented, as men represented, and some of us are parents, we have children, they should feel actually they represent a generation that is about to be here to use this library, but now for the hopeful message that we have. Sindio, hiyo time vitu zitakuwa zimebadilika kwa sababu sasa we will have even more women who are participating in decision making in the county, and they are more intentional. They have the knowledge on how to represent us, and they have everything at hand. When you ask them questions, hawakujibu, wacha, let me not comment, lakini hawakujibu wakienda mbele, wakirudi nyuma, sindio? Thank you so much to all the partners. I have seen different organizations here represented. It's our pleasure to have you always on board and to feel your presence. Like leo GVRC wako na function, kesho yawi wako na function, siku ingine Youth Bila Nomo wako na function. It's very important what you're doing, coming together on board, because you find most of the time we are solving the same problem, lakini tunazisolve tukiwa peke yetu, nyinyi mkiwa peke yenyu, and tukikuja hivi pamoja, the impact is even larger, and what we achieve is bigger. We normally see the small steps make very big change. Yeah? I think sitaongea zaidi ya hapo, because I think we'll have a panel and all that. And thank you, and I declare this officially opened.
Thank you. Hey, makofi ya county ni hivyo kweli?
Situ appreciate zaidi. Asante sana Rachel for the remarks and the official opening. So I want to allow other partners who are present to also take just 1 minute to introduce themselves and also probably tell us more in terms of what they are doing in regards to engagement of youth. Sorry for that. So we have also, do we have any other directorate from, for the county, apart from gender that is represented? Before we go to the development partners. All right, so we also have Health Assistance Kenya, who have also played a very important role in organizing and planning for this forum. So at this juncture, I want to invite the representative from HAC. Just take a minute and give some remarks. So Brenda, karibu sana, tumpe makofi.
Ni saa ngapi? I wanted to say good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you all well? Ama mnataka kudance tena? Shege watu walidance kitambo.
Watadance.
Please. Okay, my name is Brenda Luanyi. I have my classmate here. Sasa. I schooled with her. I'm happy to see her today in this forum. And thank you so much, Nakuru Youth. As I commended first with the team that played here, I really loved what you're doing. I'm representing Healthcare Assistance Kenya. How many of you know Healthcare Assistance Kenya? or the toll-free helpline 1195 1195. How many of you are aware of it? If you not raise up your hands, ama tukule lunch ndo turudi. Peke yake ndo anajua. Meaning that most of Nakuru youths don't know about the 1195. Sindio? Most of us, we fear to report gender-based violence. Sindio? Sini ukweli? Nani anaweza repiwa alafu report? Si utainyamazia? Nani anaweza repiwa report? Ama mtu amtake na amkatae na amchape na hiyo story ishie hapo? Most of us, we go silent about that. But in Healthcare Assistance Kenya, we support survivors of gender-based violence virtually. You call us, and we assist you immediately. Sawa sawa. So we want you Nakuru youths to be our ambassadors. When you are going into your different areas that you are working with, kindly spread the 1195. You can call us, we talk as friends. Si lazima ikuwe GBV. Unaweza piga tu seme leo nimekosa beste. Naweza ongea na nyinyi. Sawa sawa. At times mnafika mahali maisha imewafikisha mwisho, you want to end your life. We are a friendly organization. So you call us. Thank you so much and of being the best host. I really love Nakuru. Thank you.
We love you too.
Thank you, kumappreciate. Asante sana. We also have Kenya Red Cross with us. So, yeah. Do we have the rep from Kenya Red Cross? Okay, karibu.
Mpigieni makofi. Thank you.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Okay, I'm Caroline. In Red Cross, I'm a volunteer, and also I'm a gender activist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then we have UNFPA. Yes. Oh, yes. Karibuni sana. Karibu, Lorraine.
Hi, once again.
Hi.
I'm Lorraine Wamaitha. I represent UNFPA Youth Board, the Youth Advisory Panel, and glad to be here to have the conversation on GBV and elections. Thank you.
Thank
Asante.
you.
Thank you. So my name is Siwa from West Pokot. So I also represent the UNFPA Youth Panel. So we are a network of young people working under UNFPA to ensure meaningful youth engagement, interaction, and working towards ending gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We also have Nairobi Women's Hospital represented. So, karibu sana Susan. I know she never expected this because we work very closely.
Pigieni makofi pia.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
You're fine.
Kwa majina naitwa Susan Njoroge. Nafanya kazi na Nairobi Women's. We take care of the clients from GVRC. So anytime you feel like you want to talk to someone, pass by our place. We know where we can get GVRC, and we're going to connect you. Anytime you feel like there's a person who needs shelter, let us know. We know how to fix you. Thank you very much. Na karibuni Nakuru, wageni wetu.
Asante sana, to appreciate. Yeah, Susan is our very key person in Nakuru County, actually our unit manager at Nakuru County. So in case you have any issue that you'd want to liaise with her in terms of our services, she's the right person to give that information to you. Have I left any other partner before we have Wafula
also making some introductory remarks. I know he has a session, but it's important to say hi.
Thank you, Joel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hamjambo.
Hatujambo.
I want to welcome you to Nakuru because Nakuru is home. We've lived here for close to 20 years. How many of you have seen me in Nakuru? We've bumped into each other in the streets, in church, mtaani. Then I should improve on the streets where I move, isn't it? Or you should improve on your streets. Okay, my name is Wafula. I'm from UNFPA, the United Nations Population Fund. We are based in Nairobi, but we work with partners in all parts of the country. Here in Nakuru, we are working very closely with the GVRC. We are working very closely with the Kenya Red Cross, Healthcare Assistance Kenya National, and also we work closely with the county government. So you may not see us on the ground, but when you see our partners, we are working through them. I have colleagues who are also attending this session. You've heard our two young people.
I can see you with the people we work with. Yes, when you wanasema wanijui, wananijua. You know Muna and everyone else. So David Kanyanjwa, I'm a psychologist and also I'm a case manager working within the Nakuru GVRC under the Nairobi Women's Hospital. Okay? The charitable arm of the GVRC and the hospital. And my manager is the one you saw here. So I work under her and then I work for GVRC. Okay? But then we are intertwined. Okay? The charitable arm of the hospital. Tuko pamoja? So I actually deal with all matter of cases. That is defilement cases. Mtu amepigwa na bwana, a girlfriend amepigwa na nini, please. Actually, I've been seeing people having issues in the university. You know, people are cohabitating. Amen, youths? Amen? I know they're husband and wives, but then they have violence within the relationship and they don't report. Tuko pamoja? And it's becoming something big, yeah? So I only get this through proxies. Tuko pamoja? But then you need to come out and please tell the youths, please, wherever they are facing this violence, that they can come to GVRC and that they will need help. In terms of medication is free, you don't have to pay anything. If at all your boyfriend gives you a black eye, please just come. If your boyfriend forced you and you didn't want it, please, remember there is that 72 hours rule, isn't it? You never know what will happen to you in terms of HIV. Please run to the hospital, okay? And please, be vocal. Usinyamaze, tuko pamoja. So in terms of also psychosocial, we need to tell you that when you're hit once, it will be twice, thrice, until when we scare the shock. Tunasikianga shoka. So you remember the lady in the university? Yes. So it's happening. And in university, there are many brutal murders and everything else because of not reporting, okay? Please just come there. I will be able to give you all the services you require in terms of medical and in terms of psychosocial and in terms of mental health, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. To appreciate kidogo. Then we also have another colleague of ours, probably leo hajulikani vizuri sana because amejibrand kama MC. Pia hasawacha aseme mawili matatu.
Bwana asifiwe sana. Bwana asifiwe sana. David, na kama ni mimi nimepewa black eye as a man, can I still come to GVRC? Yeah, so it's not only ladies. Asante. Mi wananijua already, nilikuwa nimesema tukianza. John Chege, I work at GVRC. Actually, I don't work at GVRC. I'm a team player at GVRC. I support the team. I work with Joel and David and our beautiful boss there and so many other people. I support the team in our programs work, and I'm so happy to be back home. Pia mimi ni wa Nakuru. Hopefully tukionana 2027 nitakuwa naomba kura. Bwana asifiwe sana. Yeah, thank you, Joel.
Sawa. Thank you so much. I think now we have come to the end. I want to return the mic to
Noni.
both. So, karibuni. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please let's give him a hand. So me and Chege are going to invite a very interesting person to give us his perspective on violence, and especially in his trade. So I'll let him introduce himself. Please, kuja, Jamal.
Please, DJ, wekea Jamal something akikuja. Watu wameboeka sana, si ndio? Thank you, Jamal. You can have a seat there. After Jamal, we will be having a small presentation by John Wafula. Then after that, we'll proceed according to the program. Si ndivyo? Ebu kwanza, please. Naona watu wamekauka sana, si ndivyo? Just stand up kidogo tu. DJ, something energy, please. Something energy. That is too slow. DJ, something of energy. That is too slow. Aya, please. Jinyoroshe tu, kuja ndugu yangu, tufanye na wewe. So, yeah, please, maybe you can tell us who is Jamal.
Habari yenu tena. Nikidhani ninasikika mpaka huko nyuma.
Unaweza toa kidogo?
Okay. If I'm assured kwamba pictures that are taken
please for this.
You can just give it on.
Okay.
Security.
Sina meno mzuri. Lakini wacha ni smile naweza pata client hapa. Ndio. Okay, so Jamal, naitwa Jamal Yusuf, hiyo ni jina yangu ya dini, lakini jina yangu kamili naitwa Pius Seur. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa Narok. Tumehamia Baringo kidogo, baada ya Baringo kwa sababu ya hali ya maisha kidogo nikakuja Nakuru kutafuta maisha. So that is after form 4.
After form 4.
Yeah.
And say
so saizi baada ya hiyo so streets zikakuwa ngumu. Sijui nianzie wapi. So nina rate and then kama kuna swali ambayo uko nayo utaweza niuliza, na nashukuru Mungu kwamba hii bana kwanza imesema gender something violence inakataliwa, so I feel safe. Nina feel kwamba niko safe hapa. So anything ambayo mtaniuliza nitawajibu. Lakini kwanza si kupenda, nilikuwa nimesema mimi ni sex worker na mnashangaa sex worker kivipi. Na najua hata wengi wenu hapo chini ya maji, wengine wenyu ni sex workers. Okay, nimesema baadhi. Maybe kwa njia, okay, labda kwa njia ingine ama ingine ambayo naweza sema uko county una bwana unanunuliwa gari na Lee, wewe ni sex worker my dear. Si ndio? Uko sijui mnafanya nini, tuseme, wacha tu niseme nikuchukulie example juende uko hapa. Unaweza kuwa uko GVRC lakini Sabina Shega na kununulia kagari, wewe ni sex worker. Okay, so kuna sasa sex workers ambaye ni MSW, kuna FSWs, kuna men who have sex with men. So kuna hivyo ikiwa category. So mimi hata sijui nilifall wapi, basi mimi ni sex worker. So mimi nikidhani nilikuja streets zikakuwa ngumu, hali ya maisha ikakuwa hivi vile. Okay, my dad alikuwa military, akakuwa sacked, and then maisha ikasambaratika, ikakuwa hakuna chochote. So nikakuja town, but inside me nilikuwa na chembe tu kidogo ya nikiangalia mwanaume mtu namtamani. So labda situation ikatake advantage na hali ambayo niko. So after kukua kwa ile hali, then I don't think it's right to say I got vulnerable, marginalized, and then after that nikaingilia ndani kabisa, nikakuwa sasa sex worker. So from there mpaka saizi bado mimi ni sex worker. Sijui mkinipea 2 million nitafanyia nini clients wangu?
Hiyo tutakuachia for discretion purposes, si ndio?
So mimi nashangaa, okay, ninadhani kwenye, because ninaona hapa mmefocus sana na youth, sijui kama pia population mnaangalia.
Ni kweli.
Okay, isikuwe niko wrong place.
No,
unajua alisema ukichapwa na bwana ama sijui ukichapwa na nini ukuje pale, lakini sijasikia ukisema na ukichapwa na mwanaume mwenzako, kwa sababu pale nje kuna watu ambaye wako na mimi niko na mpenzi mwanaume.
Ni kweli.
Unaona? Na sometimes we get tunakwaro. So na tunachapana, sisi ni binadamu. So sisi tutafanya aje? Hiyo 1195 niliona kwa Citizen TV, sikujua ati siku moja nitakuja kupatana nayo. Siku nyingine karibu nipige, nikasema wewe acha niache kerere. So mimi nikaingia kwa street, kuna disadvantage, si hata disadvantage, naweza sema kuna shida mingi huko. Discrimination, stigma, rejection. Almost kila kitu, kutukanwa. So mimi nashangaa nyinyi mna wali act hapa hivi, sijui politicians hawapei nini. So can you imagine a key population person, okay, watu wenye wana discriminate kwanza ni police, community, religious leaders, political leaders kidogo, healthcare providers, na kina nani wengine. Imagine community mzima inakataa key population ambaye sasa ni sisi tunajiita key population, and then nyinyi mna miss tu kazi peke yake. Walikuwa wanaongelea tu mambo ya job peke yake. Sasa imagine a person like me, hata najua mnashangaa saa hizi, kwa sababu nikiweza kuja mahali una employ watu nikwambie mimi ni malaya, hautanipea kazi. Alafu number 1 sitakaa pale, sitakuwa na freedom. Unaona? Hautanipea ile kazi. So can you imagine services yenye key population wana miss ni kwamba hawatapata hiyo ajira, hawatapata ile healthcare service ambayo wewe saizi wewe ukienda hosi hautaulizwa swali yote juu utaangaliwa penye na kuuma, utasaviwa vizuri. Lakini mimi nikienda pale labda nilipandwa nyuma vile mwenzangu alisema nikalipwa, lakini baada ya hiyo mtu anataka kunigonga, and then tukapigana. Nimeenda kuripoti hosi, huyu mtu ameni harass, alikuwa anataka ngono, nikamkataza. So daktari atakuwa haya, kuja hapa, ngoja kwanza tuweke hizi makaratasi chini, niambie ati ngono na mwanaume ikakuaje? Hautapata healthcare. And then hautapata freedom ya movement. Ama tuseme sasa kama mimi ni MSM, okay, like mimi naweza kuwa afadhali, hata mimi naweza vaa hivi vile mnaniona. Kuna sasa wale wengine hawezi vaa hivi, anataka tu kuvaa kama mwanamke, hawezi tembea hapa hivi town. Na si eti jua anataka kuvaa hivyo anahisi hivyo. hawezi kuwa na freedom of movement, hawezi kwenda kanisa. Hata malaya hatuendi kanisa. Ukienda na unajulikana wewe ni malaya, huwezi enda mosque.
Asante. Labda jamani,
Uwezi pata justice ukienda kuripoti kwa polisi, unaambiana kwamba mimi nilipigwa jana, kuna mtu alikuja kwangu alikuwa anataka ngono, tukaelewana pesa kiwango hiki, kufika hapa hivi akakataa kunipea nini zaidi ya hiyo, na akachukua pesa yangu, akachukua sijui TV, then akatumia ile. Polisi anaanza kukuuliza, kwa hivyo nyinyi ndio mna practice. So hakuna justice unapata ukiwa malaya ama population. Hakuna opportunity, utaface rejection hiyo yote. Then after hapo utaanza za kurudi nyuma. Unaanza za kuwa mlevi, unatumia dawa za kulevya, utaanza kufanya ngono kiholela, nasema hivyo. Then na mtutu yoyote ambaye alafu after that, what will be the consequences of that? HIV, STDs, hizo zote, and then death.
Jamal, atankuulize, what do you think tunaweza fanya as a society tuanze hiyo movement towards getting your type of workers, tuwapatie equal representation? Nini tunaweza fanya practically? Kama tuseme unaongelesha mtu wa GVRC, what is one thing you would ask them to help you, that when una report hapo wakati umedhulumiwa, nini anaweza kusaidia? What would be the foremost help you would need
wakati mtu amedhulumiwa? Ya kwanza ni tuseme nimechapwa, then naongelesha mtu wa GVRC, nataka nisaidie. Ni kwanza angalie penye ninaishi, penye nimepigiwa. Unaona, ninataka msaada wa aina gani, nimegongwa kiasi gani, ninataka kwa sababu ninaweza kuwa nimegongwa, nimetolewa macho, nataka kupelekwa hosi. Then at least saa zingine unaenda huko unaambiwa sisi hatutibu, hatuna pesa ya kutibu watu kama nyinyi. Utafanya aje? So sijui, mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, at least kama hospitali ama tuseme dispensary zenye ziko the surrounding, at least moja ikuwe full time friendly na watu kama hao. Ndio at least kukuwe na desk ya gender based violence, kukuwe na desk ya tuseme hivyo.
Yes.
Itakuwa haraka kwa sababu nitapigwa mimi, nikipigiwa tuseme Milimani pale, na mimi ni KP, mimi ni malaya, mimi ni hivyo vile mnataka kusema hiyo ingine, sitaenda PGH kwa sababu najua huko sitahudumiwa haraka. Nitaenda ile hosi yetu ambayo imewekwa, at least nitasikikwa na nitahudumiwa haraka.
Asante. Na labda pia asante kwa kushare ile story ambayo ni very inspiring, na pia na courage. That one enyewe hats off. Labda kuulizia tu, umeeleza zile challenges ambazo watu mnapitia, na pia labda kuuliza tu, unafikiria nini tunaweza fanya kama watu wenyewe ambao wako hapa, because watu wengi hapa ni wayang. Ni nini tunaweza fanya ili that one, tuongeze ile participation yenu kwa kila kitu tunafanya, na two, watu wasikie wako huru, wanaweza zungumza.
Unaona, kama sasa umepata wakati kama huu, hata ninashukuru kwamba nimepata nafasi kueleza kwamba ndugu yako anaweza kuwa ni malaya mahali, ama dada yako, ama shangazi yako, ama sijui one of your relatives. So wewe vile mumeambiwa mkwe ambassadors, at least Kenya nilikuwa nataka mfanye kama youth, mjue kwamba hawa watu wako, na stick kwa mind kwamba wako, kama vile mnajuanga Al-Shabaab wako na watakuwa. Shida tu ni kwamba hawa watu hawana, si shida, hawa watu hawana shida yoyote, hawezi kukupiga ama kuanzilisha ugomvi. So nyinyi umepata information kama hii, at least ukuwe ambassador. Ukienda penye mna practice sijui hizo nini, at least usijudge mtu, create at least awareness, watu wengi at least wajue kwamba watu wana exist na wanataka kusaidiwa, kwa sababu unaona watu wakisha lose hiyo agency, power, voice inaisha, watu wataisha, na ni generation bado. Mimi naweza kuwa helpful mahali, lakini kwa sababu community janikubali, nyinyi hamjanikubali, then nitakufa. Na nikikufa maybe mimi ndo natakana nisaidie kwetu. Mtanipea kazi kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu mimi ni malaya, and then mama yangu atazidi kuwa maskini. Watoto wetu hawataenda shule wenye wamekuwa wadogo. So si at least tukue brothers. Mi sikuji sijakuja hapo hivyo kukuomba wewe ngono. Wacha wenye tunafanya na yeye ngono. Unaona? Afanya ngono. Bora mtu hajakuchokoza kwa barabara ati simama nataka tufanye na wewe ngono. Hakuna mtu amekusimamisha. Kenye iko ni ukiona mtu kwa street ako hivi, just accept that this imekuwa diverse na iko hivyo. Wewe bora unajua njia zako ni hizi na tunaomba tu huyu Mungu mmoja.
Yeah. Asante. Thank you so much Jamal, sababu ya wakati, but najua hapa watu labda utawaambia venye wanaweza kupata, na pia just to assure you, ukienda GVRC Nairobi women, I mean, if you want more stories, engagement, sababu sahi hatuna wakati, si ndivyo?
Yes.
Na ningependa kuanzisha, ukienda any GVRC Nairobi Women Hospital, manager yuko pale wetu Kanyanjwa na shughulikia GVRC, and I'm sure that maybe you can have a discussion with David, at least to find out if people need services. Mtu yote asikae nyumbani kama anahitaji services, na Nakuru County, najua Kanyanjwa na Nairobi Women, we are in at least 3 places. That can be a good place to start. Na pia sisi tuko willing kuona ni nini tunaweza fanya ili tuwe more friendly and a more welcoming environment. So I hope after hii session mtaanza discussions na kina David na wengine. Asante sana.
Sidhani kama nitasema penye mtanipata kwa sababu ya security. So maybe if you want to meet me, you can just meet me personally and I will tutashare story. And thank you so much for this platform.
Thank you so much, Jamal.
Imenisaidia mahali.
So
najua kuna mahali mtu, kuna pahali mtu ameguzika na najua mko na maswali. So kama uko na swali nipate private.
Thank you.
Tutaongea.
That's what I meant. Thank you. Endelea championing, Asante sana. DJ.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, mbona mmekaa?
You're too serious.
They are too serious. Ask your neighbor if they are okay, if they are doing okay. Find out if your neighbor is hungry.
Someone has a comment. Check it.
Yeah, now,
check it.
yes.
Someone has a comment from the back.
Thank you. And maybe George, is George Ideal around? I know probably Wafula would like to present using the space. If we can just... Yes, who has a comment? I will take 1, 2 comments. Okay. Yeah.
This guy has come from a very far, Dwakuta Jackson. I know him personally. He's a very, very good friend of mine. So next time, mtu akipenda historia yake, kindly do not laugh. Kindly do not laugh. Pale ametoka nyumbani sana. No, ajiaccept na kutembele na aseme, he's a sex worker and he's gay. Hautani. Mimi namtaka kitu kwa sababu I understand him and he will accept the way he is. So that is not good. And since we're going to mic on me, I have a disclaimer. The panel is not gender biased. So moving forward, we need to consider it's a gender thing. So we need to be inclusive of gender. The other issue is we are discussing a very important thing. I have not seen anyone from the police department. I have not seen anyone from the judiciary. We are talking about matters of GPP. The system. People are not reporting because the system is too slow. We are here to come, apart from talking about gender-based violence in relation to elections, we also need to know how is the system active and ready for us to serve us as we are heading towards elections. I know how it was in 2017. So are they ready? Are they really prepared? So moving forward.
That's very good step, and we know some of what he's doing. A lot more people will be able to be helped.
Chege, we
and
have sorry, a comment from here.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just before he goes there, is the assurance that we'll keep trying to get everybody on board. It's only that today we understand we have about 5 peace activities happening in Nakuru. But thank you for the comment. We'll try as much as possible to ensure that even whatever we get here is also shared with them. And that's why we try to get even the county represented. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I just have one comment. So thank you so much, Jamal, for sharing that story. So my comment is that I think everyone has to be included as far as all the services provided by the government, even the civil society and all other agencies. That we need to have everyone included. But now I just have a question that for this service to be provided, don't you feel that maybe there should be a legal structure binding it? Because you cannot just provide a service to maybe some of the people, or not some of the people, no, I'm sorry to say that, but is there a legal, maybe something binding it, so that even the government and all the other agencies can start implementing services to them?
Thank you very much. We take note of that. We'll have some time to spend on the panel, and we'll be able to address that as part of the questions. Is that okay? Sindivyo? Okay, yours, because he may choma sana, but we really needed to move it. We can keep more questions. We have a panel discussion. Sawa sawa? Thank you.
My question goes to Jamal, but you don't have to answer this if it makes you uncomfortable to answer it. My question is, you said maisha ikakuwa ngumu and people wouldn't give you job. Did people not give you jobs because of your sexual orientation? Watu walikuwa na kunyima kazi juu your sexual orientation?
Ukienda mahali kuulizia kazi tuseme, okay, uwezi enda pale uambie kwamba mimi am this way. So unaenda pale watu wanaanza kukuona because of your appearance, unaona. Maybe I'm not that much masculine as expected. So tuseme kama niende mahali kama Darling, kampuni ya Darling kutafuta kuchana nywele, wananiangalia huyu anafanya aje huyu. So after that unaambiwa tutakuita. Unaenda kwingine pia tutakuita. Then unaanza kujiuliza ni kwa sababu gani? Yes. Then upati kazi. So after that, so unaamua tu kufanya kenye unataka.
Thank you. Amekujibu, si ndivyo? Inamaanisha tuko na kazi kubwa sana mbele yetu, si ndivyo? Thank you. I hope let's hold the questions. Sawa sawa? Makofi ya Jamal. Makofi yako mwenyewe. Thank you. I think at this particular moment we will welcome Mr. Wafula to do a presentation. But before that, you can take a photo of that. We are requesting if you are here and you are tweeting and you are posting, na umeishiwa na maneno apart. If you would like to use some of our words, we've generated a few things that you can post. You can tag us, please. You can tag at GVRC Kenya, at UNFPA, and Health Assistant. You can push the same message. But also, if you do your own message, tungeomba pia utuongeze kwa kututag. Please, we can take a minute to do this. DJ, weka mziki mzuri yenye inafanya watu wafanye hiyo kitu. We can have you post as well. Tutashukuru sana, si ndivyo? And I don't know, David Kanyanjwa. Ule mtu atafanya ya kwanza, unaona utampea zawadi gani wewe kama host wetu wa Nakuru, ama unafikiria bado? Asante. Thank you. I believe you've taken note. We really appreciate. At this moment, I think we can welcome Mr. Wanjala. And by the way, it's streaming live. Noni, where is the... Please tell people where it's streaming.
We are streaming live on the GVRC official Facebook page, on Nakuru TV, and on Ideal Sounds Entertainment page. Yeah? Tumeshika. Yes? Can we see the hashtag, please? Ending gender-based violence.
Yes, we can see there are 3 hashtags.
It's actually, yeah. Gender-based violence, hashtag
Oh,
gender-based
hashtag
violence.
gender-based violence.
And then the other one has ending gender-based violence. Yeah? All right.
Yeah, I think let us just use the same hashtag, which is okay. Hashtag gender-based violence. Thank you so much. Yeah, I believe tumepata hiyo content. If you've taken a photo, we can continue because of time. Is that okay? Before that, we need an icebreaker. Tuwezi anza session ya Mr. Wafula kama watu wamekasirika, si ndio? Kama watu wamejam. You have an idea? Thank you, sir. Come. It's a free, it's an open one. Asante.
Hello
We are
guys.
here with you.
Ndo tusilale, najua akiingia hapa ongea kizungu mbili tutalala. Situfanye ka icebreaker kadogo. Si ndio? Si ndio? Tusimame basi. So tutafanya vitu hizi zenye si wote tunaweza understand. Sasa I'll start with when I say snap, you snap. Sasa when I say clap, you clap. When I say jump, you jump. Sasa tuanze na hiyo rahisi. Snap, jump, clap. Sawa sawa. Sasa tunaenda opposites. Sasa when I say snap, you clap. When I say jump, you snap. Sasa when I say jump, you snap. Jump for snap, clap for jump, and then snap for clap. Sasa, jump, clap, jump. Snap, clap. Hakuna mameshika. Sasa, thank you.
Okay, sawa. Thank you so much. Naendelea tu kuongeza hapo kwa tag. Don't worry, checking where the progress ya sugar level imefika. I'll be back with some good news. Sawa.
Can we, let's go back to the first slide. Can we see from the back? Good. So I'm going to talk briefly, maybe for 3 hours, about EGBV. Yeah, and this has been prepared by myself together with colleagues who are in the house and some who are not in the house. I was told that this is a youth forum, and when it's youth, the age bracket is very clear. I may not fall in that bracket, but I believe you have accommodated me, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you. Let's move. So I'll start by looking at the terms. What is GBV? What is electoral GBV? And what is an emergency? What is GBV? You can read for us.
Why? GBV, an umbrella term for any harmful act that is perpetrated against a person's willing, will, and that is based on social, ni ngumu, sio uongo. Soma. Based on socially ascribed gender
differences between males and females.
Thank you. So, in brief, it's the kind of harm or the kind of violence that is directed towards you because of your gender, okay? And because of your socially ascribed roles. You are given social roles as a female or a male. So when you suffer violence or harm because of that, it's a gender-based violence. Now, this definition may not take into consideration what our brother Jamal has highlighted. When we talk of GBV, we also recognize that between males and females, there are other identities which exist, and we recognize that they are also vulnerable to violence. So even when we talk of males and females, we fully recognize as UNFPA that this is not comprehensive in terms of understanding sexuality and identities around that. Tuko pamoja? Electoral GBV.
Electoral gender-based violence is gender-based violence to achieve political gain.
Gender-based violence to achieve political gain. When you tell your partner that you are not going to vote today because I know you will be voting against my candidate, that is electoral gender-based violence. Or when you splash negative information about a candidate because she's female or he's male, that is electoral gender-based violence. You want to deny them the opportunity to gain the leadership role so that you can also promote or advance the interests of your person. That is electoral gender-based violence. Emergency.
A sudden occurrence demanding immediate action that may be due to epidemics, to natural, to technological catastrophes, to strive. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. That is what you're saying, not me.
Other man-made causes, sorry, it's not so clear. Yes, but have we ever experienced any emergency in our lives? Something that is so drastic, so huge, it calls for immediate attention, isn't it? The most memorable in the recent past is which one? COVID-19, right? Any other that we know of? Any other emergencies that we face or humanitarian situation in this country? Drought, the current drought, isn't it? How many people has it affected? So many. 4.2 million people have been affected by the current drought. Remember, we have not even reached there in terms of COVID-19 positive cases. But the drought has affected 4.2 million people, 23 counties. The people have never seen a drop of rain for the last 2 years. Do you believe it? Yes. There are parts of this country where kids join school before having seen any drop of rain. And that's why we have a severe drought, the worst in 40 years. We can move on. Now, when we look at the current context in the country, as we head towards elections, how many days do we have to go? 9 days to the voting day. And I trust we are going to vote. So generally, the election situation looks peaceful, isn't it? Generally, we see peaceful election situation in the country. We are not at that point of high-level tension, clashes, where, for example, we were in 2007. Most grievances, especially during the nomination of candidates, were taken to court. Some are still going on. Others were concluded amicably. The parties helped to resolve some. The courts helped to resolve others. Issues around the economy and integrity in public service dominate the discussions that we have been listening to. When you followed the governor debates in Nairobi, Nakuru, the deputy president debates, the presidential debate, you realize that much of the focus was on the economy, isn't it? And also issues of integrity. How will you serve as a public servant? 6 hotspot counties have been mapped. That's Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Uasin Gishu, Nakuru, and Kericho. As we progress towards elections, these are the counties that the National Cohesion, Integration, and Cohesion Commission says they are hotspot counties, the high-risk counties. And so Nakuru, our county, is one of them. And we've also seen a bit of social media has become the epicenter of some level of engagement, isn't it? You see what is being said about this candidate, about the other candidate, what is trending about so-and-so. We are seeing the shift from the physical to the virtual space in terms of adversarial engagements. And so when we have a meeting like this one, we would want you to play a role of toning down what we are seeing on social media. Instead of aggravating the situation, the showdown that is there between the different actors on social media, we try as much as possible to pacify them, to bring peace between them. Next. Next. Okay, who remembers this? Okay. Serikali? Saidia. Do we know her name? So where was this? The county? Which county? Busia County, Budalangi, right? Yes. In which year? When? Some years back. Yes, some years back. Some years back. The floods of 2007, I guess. Oh, not 2007. This was 2018. The floods of 2018. Those were the worst floods that we've experienced in the recent past. Okay. So we can have natural disasters. When we talk of emergencies, it's not just about electoral-related emergencies. We've talked about the drought. We've had floods in the past. We had a coup in this country in 1982. How old were you? In 1982, serious emergencies, isn't it? Yeah, most of you were not yet born, most likely. Okay, let's move on next. So what do we know about gender-based violence in emergencies or electoral-related gender-based violence? GBV increases in humanitarian situations. Okay? GBV increases in humanitarian. That is the bottom line. Don't ask to get data on how many cases before you start reporting. The bottom line is that when there is a humanitarian situation, when there is an emergency, be it drought, floods, conflict, ethnic tension, GBV will increase. That is one. 2, women and girls are the most vulnerable. They are vulnerable because of their gender roles. They are vulnerable because of the attitudes that exist towards their rights. We will get to the bottom of that. 3 is that GBV is used as a weapon of war and dominance. Are we together? That GBV, gender-based violence, can be used as a weapon of war to terrorize your opponents, subject their men or women to gender-based violence. We have vanquished our opponents, therefore let us use sexual violence to humiliate, to traumatize their men. It can be used as a weapon of war. perpetrators include people known to survivors. When we had cases of gender-based violence in this country in 2007, 2008, even in Nakuru we had them. Do you think someone came from Bungoma or Malindi to perpetrate gender-based violence here? Those were people known to the survivors. People very close to you. People who even know that your door is locked or not locked. So when it comes to emergencies, you have to know, how do I strengthen my safety? Or how do I inform vulnerable communities to strengthen safety? GBV in emergencies increases vulnerabilities to STIs and HIV. Isn't it? Because you cannot access services. Jamal has talked about services. When do you get a condom? In an emergency, isn't it? When it's a perpetrator committing an act of rape, they may never think of protecting themselves or even you. GBV can become an occupational hazard during emergencies. Why are we talking about this? Even people offering services, the Kenya Red Cross, we know them and the good work that they do. Let's clap for them. GVRC, we know them, the good work that they do. When they step into that space of providing services, they are also endangering their lives. They are also putting themselves at risk, isn't it? We've seen service providers in various parts of the country being subjected to sexual violence. So it's also an occupational risk. That much we know. I want someone to read this part. This is from the CPEV report, Commission of Inquiry into Post-Election Violence. The famous Waki Commission report. Anyone to read that? A volunteer. All right.
Some of the women declared to the perpetrators that they were HIV positive, but the men ignored and went ahead and raped them. My lord, this is very dangerous because most of the perpetrators, the youth gang, were between 20 and 25 years. They have spouses or they are planning to marry or have wives and they may be spreading this virus. But who knows? Maybe some of these perpetrators themselves were HIV positive and they also infected the women they raped who were not HIV positive. I would urge, my lord, that you monitor the HIV/AIDS prevalence in Mathare and Kibera over the next 1 year or 2 years to see to what extent the prevalence is going up.
Thank you. So you can see the reality of GBV during conflict, exposing, we can move on, exposing survivors to health challenges like HIV. These are examples of what has been witnessed in other parts of the world. Countries that have experienced conflict, Darfur, the DRC, Burundi, South Africa, Liberia, and even Kenya, our own country. So we are not talking about something that has not existed. This is a risk that has been faced all over the world and even in our own country. In 2007, approximately 524 or 80% of survivors of GBV treated at the Nairobi Women's Hospital suffered from rape and defilement. 65% 65 or 10% from domestic violence, defilement 65, and 10% from domestic violence, with the remaining 10% from other types of physical and sexual violence. Now, if you go into this report that was done by the Nairobi Women's Hospital, you realize that even men were violated. So we recognize that women are more vulnerable, but men are also at risk, men and boys. We realize that men were suffering mutilation, penile mutilation, during the conflict of 2007 and 2008. Don't perceive it always that men are tough, that men are strong, they will protect themselves. When a man reaches out to you for support, please give them the same attention that you give women and girls, because we are also vulnerable, isn't it? Even when we step forward to protect ladies, it's not that we are doing it because we have that absolute courage. We are doing it because we have no choice sometimes. But given a choice, we would also run, isn't it? Men, is that true? Ladies, you've heard it. Okay, next. What are we seeing as the risk factors in this particular election? One is county level conflicts. And this is mostly generated by the friction between candidates. The outgoing governor may have preferred a particular candidate, or the candidates are so polarized, they are waging a campaign that is full of tension. So the county level conflicts are there. And you know some of those counties. Our counties could be having 2 or 3 ethnic groups. And these ethnic groups says it's our time to take over the governorship. You have been there for the last 10 years. So there are those tensions if you dig deeper into the counties. Ethnic tensions that are pre-existing, that will be magnified during this time, is also a risk factor. There are counties that have been experiencing ethnic conflicts, isn't there? And tensions. There are some tensions that we've been having since 2007, 1992. They have never completely disappeared. It's just that right now we have, after the 2010 constitution, we have strong systems. You would be seeing leaflets, you'll be seeing such because of ethnic tensions. So they are there, we cannot deny. The other risk factor is natural resource conflicts. Resource-driven conflicts are still there in our country. You've heard of rustling cases, you've heard of pastoralists vis-a-vis people who keep livestock fighting over resources. Those ones can inform and expand the space for conflict during the forthcoming elections. Pre-existing criminal gangs and violent extremism. Violent extremism in some counties is a major issue. Criminal gangs in various counties, including our Nakuru County, it has been flagged out. The CS, Dr. Matiang'i, was here a few weeks ago to address that. So when that exists, those groups can mobilize to become more prominent during elections. Economic constraints, the price of maize flour is how much now? It went down a bit, isn't it? But the challenges remain. If someone doesn't have their source of livelihood, they're thinking of how can I get something to eke out a living for myself and the family. Intersection with the other emergencies. There is the drought, it's still ongoing, which compromises the situation, especially at the household level, and regional instability. Countries like Somalia, South Sudan, still experiencing conflict, and the influx can also affect our situation. Forms of GBV during emergencies: rape, defilement, abuse by persons in power, sexual exploitation, and abuse, okay? So you want to go for a service, maybe you are in an IDP camp, but those who are in authority think that you must compromise your dignity, your integrity before you receive services. Sexual battering, sexual assault, coercion by combatants, trafficking, sexual assault and slavery, child sexual abuse, domestic violence, sex for survival. All this can happen during emergencies. Next, you can see this is a case of physical violence. The survivor, the lady, you can see her in the picture. Okay, next. What are the root causes? But even before we go to the root causes, let me ask, who is at risk? Who is at risk? Move around the mic, please. Let's hear it from the audience. Who is at risk when these cases happen? Just raise your hand and let Shege pass the mic to you.
Sana sana ni wamama na wasichana na walemavu.
Women and girls, persons with disabilities.
I'd say mostly madam.
Yeah, 24 and below. Okay. Any other? Yes?
Key population, KPs.
Yes, key populations. Could you break it down?
Key population, we have the MSM group.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also at high risk.
MSM group, that's very true. They are also at high risk. Key populations. Now, let me present to you this scenario, and thank you for that. Among key, you will talk. Among key populations, we have the intersex group. Isn't it? True? We have the intersex group. What in your biology you call? Intersex. In biology you call them what? Hermaphrodite. Okay? So if you have an intersex person and you are setting up an IDP camp, most camps have locations for males and females. Where do you take the intersex? That's why he's saying they are also at risk. Because when you take them to the women's side, they are likely to be violated, isn't it? When you take it to the men's side, they are also likely to be violated. They are an at-risk group. Continue.
PLHIV, people living with HIV.
People living with HIV. They are also at risk. Thank you. Any other group?
Let me say me and you.
You and I.
Yes.
Fantastic. All of us.
Yes.
That's what he's saying. All of us are at risk. There is no one who is safe. And I will explain that. Any other person?
Yes. Also poor Kenyans. I will do a little explanation. Because the rich ones, they will live in flats. So
Yes.
if there is violence huku chini, the violence is not going to reach them, or they are going to fly out of the country. But if you're a poor person, hauna stock ya unga, so you have to go out and look for something, and then you are also at risk. So another group is poor people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another
Thank
group.
you. Yes, just to pass the mic. He's very right. You've had situations where families tell girls, we are not going to starve to death while you are seated here. Go and bring us unga. Does it happen? Yes. That's the kind of economic plight that he's talking about facing households.
Another group is
Yeah.
the elderly.
The elderly. Where I fall, isn't it?
Where we fall.
My friend, at 72, I am in that category. The elderly, isn't it? Yes. You want to explain a bit on the elderly? No. Great. But we recognize, isn't it, that they are at risk. They may not move as fast as you can. Young people, isn't it? They may not even have the capacity to communicate as fast as you can, to say that I'm in danger, isn't it? They cannot go and queue for food. They are left at home, you know. So they face numerous challenges. Any other group at risk? Yeah.
Kabla yangu ni kusema kwamba wale walemavu tuna generalize walemavu, lakini mimi upande wangu ni wale ambao hakuna interpreter ambaye atahusika kwa camp, na wengine pia ni the blind. Walemavu tunaangalia tu ni wale wenye wanatembea maybe na wheelchair. Blind pia wako na shida sana. Na lastly, watoto wadogo.
Yes, children. Now, I agree with our brother here that when we talk of persons with disabilities, we break them down because they face different and various levels of risk, isn't it? We appreciate, even women, when we talk of women and girls, we cannot just generalize. There are women with disabilities, women living with HIV, elderly women. So we recognize all those dimensions when we are talking about women. Any other category that we may have? Yes. Illiterate persons. Yeah. Yeah. They want to hear your voice. Yeah.
And they will get more help.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Illiterate persons who may not read, who may not write. In other words, they do not have the capacity even to communicate their needs, to communicate the risks that they face. Yes. Finally.
I'll say women.
Men.
Yes.
Yes.
Because you find like in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ni wababa walibaki wakipigana. Imagine wewe utake unaogopa hiyo vita unataka kuhepa.
You are not given the opportunity to flee, isn't it? Your status as a man becomes a burden. Jamal.
Pia sijui kama wandawazimu ni walemavu pia. Those, kwa sababu kuna watu wako na watoto tuseme akili si mzuri, labda violence inafanyika na ako huko nje.
Yeah, broadly they fall within that category. So you realize that virtually all of us are at risk. All of us are? Please tell your friend you are at risk.
You are at risk. You are at risk.
Okay? All of us are
at risk.
Do you remember the wife of Professor Nguki being raped at the Norfolk?
Yes.
Is Professor Nguki an ordinary person? Is the Norfolk an ordinary place? Which other hotel in Nakuru is like the Norfolk? Maybe Sarova. No, Oleken is just a room at the Norfolk. Sarova, maybe Sarova. But still someone went in and raped professor's wife. Now, when you look at the Norfolk, which place do you remember around the Norfolk? Those of you who have been in Nairobi. Kenya National Theatre. Central Police Station. Next to the Norfolk is Central Police. It's the Norfolk. It's a professor. There is Central Police Station and the University of Nairobi. But still someone was raped. All of us are at risk. It doesn't matter where you live, your status, whether you live in Mthaiga, you live in Kibra, you are at risk, all of us. We must have that approach. But in our midst, there are categories which we have listed whose level of risk is higher because of the challenges that already exist. Are we together? Next.
Mr. Fuller?
Yes.
I'll add another group which
Yes.
we always forget and we always paint them as perpetrators.
Yes.
The boda guys and Uber riders, I mean
Yes.
the drivers.
Yes.
We had to have a conversation with some of them. Also, Ben here has interacted with some of the bodas, and they say how they are at risk. Some of their clients, mostly the women, sometimes they drop for them staffs they have sent them. Like in Nairobi, we have services whereby you send a driver and he brings you home whatever need you have asked for. So when they get to those places, the women, I don't know if it's forcing them or what, but they just manipulate them. They end up sleeping with those women to satisfy them sexually. For the drivers too, that is what they are also facing. As much as we say that women are being violated by men, but there are some things that women do that makes men to fall for that. So at the end of the day, you won't say that that woman has been violated, but it's that woman who has initiated for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. What Brenda is saying is that when we talk of perpetrators, in most cases, based on the data that we have, perpetrators are men and boys, based on the data. But also we have female perpetrators. And when you assess your risk, acknowledge that perpetrators can be male or female. But based, of course, on the data that we have, we know who are the majority of perpetrators. Root causes, male and or society attitudes of disrespect or disregard towards women. Isn't it? You see people whistling at a lady in public, isn't it? Do they do it to men?
Yes.
It does happen, but rarely, isn't it? But when it's women and girls, people even feel so courageous, so comfortable, tapping on their shoulders. That is disrespect, isn't it? You are with your wife, you are with your mother, you are with your sister, and a stranger who has had a crush comes tapping on your mother, isn't it? Disrespect. Yes, isn't it? It also happens to men, isn't it? It also happens to men. But disrespect for women's and girls' rights is huge. Men who are celebrities, like the men in the house today, let's clap for them. These are celebrities, isn't it? Celebrities face that challenge. You go to the stage and the undis are thrown at you, isn't it? You guys were still young when Kanda Bongo Man was raging. But ladies would throw their undis at him. Michael Jackson. Well, ladies would go to their home and throw undis over the fence into the home. What is that? Chupi. Okay. So men also face the risk. So when you see it thrown at you, take off. And report to our brother at GVRC. Okay, lack of belief in equality of human rights for all, cultural social norms of gender inequality, lack of value of women and or women's rights, lack of belief in equality of human rights for all. We are all equal, we must believe. But there are triggers or contributing factors: poverty, alcohol, availability of food, fuel, boredom, lack of services, all this. Political motive, weapon of war, and so forth. There are those trigger factors. We are alive to them. Let's address them. Let's move. Consequences of EGBV: injury or loss of life, trauma, and even disability, population displacement, and reduced voter turnout. You cannot go to that polling station if you know that there is that risk of being violated. Reduced political involvement by women, impeded political campaigning, domestic violence, people fighting within their homes. I'm voting for this candidate. You have to vote for him or her. That is what I have decided as the head of the family, isn't it? Right now, there are women whose ID cards have been taken. They are being kept by the man until the voting day. Then I escort you. Does it happen? It does. Sexual exploitation and sex for money, broken families and trauma, teen pregnancy and early marriage, loss of livelihoods, increased HIV prevalence, limited access to medical care. All these consequences. Is there any that one would be comfortable with? Is there any of those consequences that you would be comfortable with? No. We wouldn't want any Kenyan or anybody around the world to suffer this. And we have the power when we are united, when we have our clear understanding to end. Lessons learned in 2007, 2008, based on a report that UNFPA shared, limited community education and awareness programs. They were not there. 2, shelter services tend to be focused more on children than women. 3, counseling related to GBV was not easily accessible. 4, facility staff reported not being trained on how to respond to survivors, confidentiality, or the medical management of rape, survivor-centered approach. And how do you manage a rape case? You tell a survivor, go and shower before you go to the police station to report. That is wrong. Police had not been trained on general GBV issues and appropriate response to sexual violence. Police lacked resources to ensure the safety and security of survivors. You can imagine in an emergency, you go to a police station and they tell you we don't have fuel, we don't have a vehicle. It took as long as a year for a case to go through legal proceedings, absence of coordination, bodies. These were some of the gaps that were noted in 2007, 2008. Over the years, some of them have been addressed. Of course, there is still need to continue looking at them. But like now, police are being trained, they have been trained, medical workers have been trained. GVRC will tell you that they have undertaken quite a number of trainings, including at the community level. Next. Legal basis for action. Why must we take action against electoral gender-based violence or GBV in emergencies? One is the Constitution of Kenya. It protects everyone's right to participate in the political process, in the leadership, decision-making process. Article 27 prohibits violence against anyone, guarantees the rights. Elections Act, Electoral Offences Act, Sexual Offences Act, Penal Code, Criminal Procedure Code, Law of Evidence Act, Protection Against Domestic Violence Act. These are just a few very direct laws, but the laws that prohibit GBV in this country and the policies are many. It also violates the right to equal treatment, right to dignity. That's why we must intervene. GB violates the right to freedom and security, right to freedom of expression, right to freedom of conscience, thought, belief, and opinion. If your friend or your partner says, I'm going to vote for Wajakoya, another one says, I'm going to vote for Baba, I'm going to vote for Dr. William Ruto, what is the problem? It's their decision, isn't it? Let them proceed with their decision, as you also exercise your decision. But GBV violates these rights. It also violates these laws. Next. So what are we doing about it? We have the Protection Sector Contingency Plan, CP for Contingency Plan. And part of this is one, to engage in advocacy. Advocacy with the duty bearers, the leadership that exists in the country, to ensure that we do not have cases of GBV during these forthcoming elections and any other time in our country. Creating awareness, like what we are doing today and what you are going to do after this. Capacity building, training various cadres of service providers, police, healthcare workers, psychosocial first aid providers, and so forth. Then providing services themselves, monitoring and evaluation, monitoring the process, coordination, and advocacy. This is how we are approaching it. Next. So the framework that we are using. Coordination at the national and county technical working groups. We have a GBV technical working group in Nakuru. How many are members? Yeah, even if you are not a member, please be attending just to know what goes on. It's very vibrant. We've engaged with Selina. She was part of the contingency plan that we developed. We are also going to deploy here a coordinator to support that. Awareness, messaging on protection risks and response available. Services, where can you go for services? 1195, 116 for children, 1199. All those numbers, people must have the right information. Advocacy engagement with the duty bearers and media, other actors like Border to ensure that they are in the front line of protecting. Capacity training of service providers, clinical management of rape, child protection and mental health and psychosocial support services being provided. Services mapping, who is doing what, where, referral pathways, propositioning supplies. Yesterday, I think GVRC, in partnership with ourselves, we visited it's called a center, Philadelphia, just to check on them, see do they have space. If we refer their cases, can they support and so forth. And monitoring the situation room, surveillance, all these systems being put in place. It's our mandate as UNFPA globally to address GBV in emergencies. That's our area of responsibility, and that's why you will see we are working closely with GVRC, the Kenya Red Cross, to ensure dignity kids are on the ground, reproductive healthy kids are on the ground. When you are raped, how can you quickly access services? Referral services are available, and coordination is also robust. Next. So what can I do as an individual? What can you do? Report any suspicious activities to the police or any other relevant institution. The numbers that we are going to provide, and you already have some. Report any case of electoral gender-based violence, harassment, injury, death to the nearest authority. Stay safe at all times. Promote peace as you go back to your daily life after the elections. Let's promote peace. Do care for others no matter who they are. Whether they voted for somebody that you don't like or not, please care for others. Whether they are persons whose sexual orientation you don't agree with or not, please care for everyone. Okay? There is nobody whose rights are subordinated to the other person's rights. We are all equal. So, do safeguard important contacts, telephone and hotline numbers for the nearest authority. Please have them and share those numbers, okay? They do help a lot. Support survivors of GBV2, report. And do not wash, shower, that's for survivors. Do package all the clothing related to the incident in a brown bag or newspaper, not in a plastic bag. These are more details, especially for service providers. Do not tell survivors, go and shower before you report to the health facility or police, because they now eliminate the evidence. All of us, ending GBV starts with me, isn't it? Tell yourself, ending GBV starts with me. Can someone translate that into Kiswahili? Kukomesha dhuluma inaanza na mimi. Now tell your friend, inaanza na wewe. Okay. Komesha dhuluma, these hashtags are good. Then you can call those numbers. I think that's the end. I can field questions.
Please, let's give him a hand for that wonderful session. Do we have any questions from the audience to him? We can take two, please.
Sure. Go ahead.
I want your individual opinion on gender roles. Do you think that there should be gender roles ama kila mtu akue equal? Also, I want you to clarify on equality and equity. Alafu kuna social rules zenye zina allow some certain things zina slide yani. Unapata kuna mtu mwenye akifanya kitu fulani yeye yake anasamehewa, but mwingine akifanya hiyo ni jela. So hizo social I think ni social rules. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question?
Any other question? Yes? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me respond to those three questions that are very insightful questions. And before I respond to the questions, I also want to declare that I am a feminist. Ideologically, I am a feminist, okay? Gender roles are a construction of society. Are we together? Those roles can be played by any sex. Now, gender roles are also constructed to deprive certain groups within society of their rights, of their entitlements. Okay? They can also be constructed to create opportunities for others and withhold those opportunities from another person. They can also be constructed to punish others and permit another group to enjoy the rights. Are we together? Now, we are talking about voting. You may not know that a few decades ago, women could not take ID cards. It was the role of men to vote. Do you agree? Do you agree with that? That only men should vote? You've been to institutions, isn't it? Yeah. And you've seen how gender roles come out, that men will be the principal and the ladies will be teaching Christian religious education. Is it possible for a lady to be a principal? Is it possible for a lady to be the president of this country? Is it possible for a man to head a girls' school? Is it possible? Is it possible for you to drive your husband or partner? So why do you always wait for him to drive you? Is it possible for the missionary position to be the other way around? There was a question on equity and equality. Equality is about being the same, 50-50, isn't it? Equity is about fairness. Equity is about? Fairness. The two of you, rise up. You stand up, you stand up. Yes. Okay, so we want them to touch the roof, isn't it? Raise your hand. He's almost there, isn't it? She's not there. Now, how do we help her? She steps on the chair. What do we call that? Equity or equality? Equity, isn't it? Yes. That is it. The other one was on the rules. I didn't get clearly, but more about the social contract. Perhaps you can elaborate on that.
Yeah. So, turudi kwanza kwa equality na equity.
Yeah.
So, are you advocating for equality or equity?
I would advocate for social justice. It's higher than the two. Okay? It's higher than the two, justice. So that even as in fairness we help her to get there, we also help you to realize you are right to touch the roof. That's justice. Equality is a good point of departure. Okay? But equality makes assumptions that all of us have equal capacities, have equal potential to get to that point. Now, you go to a school that has 30 girls, it has 50 boys, isn't it? And you have 6 balls. Equality will say, give each group 3 balls, isn't it? That is equality. Is it being fair to the boys? No. We have more boys, isn't it? So in an equitable situation, how many balls should we give to the boys? 4. And the girls? 2. That's being fair. Yeah. That is justice. That's what she says. Okay. That question.
That is a good answer.
Yeah.
Now, tukikuja kwa social rules.
Yes.
Kuna vitu zenye wacha nifanye. Naweza shika huyu hivi. Hana issue. Mtu mwingine anaweza mshika.
Yes.
Apelekwe jela.
Yes.
Like hizo ndo vitu zenye naongelelea. Kuna there are external forces that zina influence vitu zenye tumesema hapa. Tuseme for example, mwanamke anaweza kushika.
Yes.
Na asipelekwe jela.
Yes.
Ama the society idim ni lenient, uko na ujinga. Ukishikwa, we shikika. But mwanaume akishika mwanamke hivyo,
yes,
hiyo sasa umepelekwa jela. Like there are those rules that govern the way people behave. So kuna venye nataka unielezee view yako na vitu kama hizo.
It's all about the social contract, broadly speaking, but also defining your individual boundaries, and society also making it clear that these are the boundaries that exist, isn't it? That as a female, I may touch this person this way, okay? I may not touch them in a particular way. As a male, I can touch this person, you know? Even in offices, we hug, isn't it? We hug, we socialize, and so forth. But there are people who, even when they are your workmates, you cannot just hug them, isn't it? Because of boundaries, because of the social contract. It's not written, but it exists, you know? You can shake her hand, isn't it? But when you start swiping her palm, even Chinua Achebe says, when the handshake goes beyond the elbow, it's a different matter altogether, isn't it? A handshake stops here, isn't it? But if you push it beyond the elbow, the man becomes sensitive. The lady becomes sensitive. So it's a matter of also weighing what kind of social contract exists. How do people define their boundaries? The fact that someone is a sex worker does not mean that you can coerce them for sex. They also have their rights. Are we together? Yeah. That sasa huyu ni malaya, you can touch her anyhow. No. There is still a social contract. There is still, they have their rights that they are entitled to. So it's a matter of, again, exercising your judicious view of the situation and going by the social contract. Eliud, you are a sociologist, a senior scholar. Perhaps you can shed some light on this.
When you talk about social rules, we are looking at how society has constructed how we are supposed to behave. But we are in a modern world, in a context where, as we speak, there are rules that govern each and every behavior that we have to exhibit. If you are in a traditional society, you know, and coming from communities that really respect culture, for example, in my Luo community, if a woman was to construct a house, for example, the man would definitely not get into that house. That's a definition from the community context. But in the world that we are in today, we are moving away from those rules. We are looking at more of being more human rights based, respecting the rights of the people. And therefore, we are sort of encouraging each and every one of us to respect each and everyone's rights. And that way then we can have a peaceful society. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Good. I see people claiming that ladies in Nairobi, in towns like cities like Nakuru, they are skimpily dressed, they harass them. Have you ever been to Turkana County? Have you ever been to Turkana County? Yes. Who harasses those women? Nobody, isn't it? They walk around because of the climate. I mean, compared to the way we dress here, the way they dress, you may think they are not. You may think they are not fully dressed. But that is how the society has been constructed, and nobody harasses them. I've always said that one day I will bring 1,000 women from Turkana County, Nairobi, on holiday, and see how Nairobians behave. Do you think we'll have motor vehicle accidents? Thank you, guys.
I just
you have
wanted
a
to add
question?
something.
Yeah.
I wanted to add something on that.
Yes.
On his question.
Yes.
That someone could touch you and then that person could not get arrested.
Yeah.
And on the same note, another person could touch you and they would get arrested instantly. So I've done criminology.
Yeah.
And some of the basic principles when you are on that program is to understand law.
Yes.
So when I heard him ask the question, I wanted to say that law, when legislators go into meetings so that they can make law, they first of all start from what that particular community where this law is going to be applied, what that community operates on. Like for example, I have seen that intersex has been mentioned here and it was okay, so I'm going to use that. Like for example, in Muslim countries, there is death penalty for same-sex relations. And on the same note, there is international sanctions for Muslim countries that have death penalties for same-sex relations. So for a country to get donor aid, a country needs to, like for example, a Muslim country, if it wants to get donor aid from abroad, it is supposed to not be sanctioned. So what happens in this case is they lift off that sanctioning because, okay, the sanctioning is just there. A country like, let's say maybe Saudi Arabia has been sanctioned. I'm using that as an example because they have death penalties for same-sex people. But because the international community knows that the Muslim people, 90% of them are against same-sex, they will lift off that sanctioning just for Saudi Arabia, so that whenever Saudi Arabia maybe wants to get some aid, it can get, knowing that if a country like Kenya imposes death penalty for same-sex, it will not get donor aid. So back to the point is that if you see such a thing, then you should understand that the person who's taking you to jail, who is taking person A to jail and is not taking person B to jail, has considered that person B has touched you, knowing that from where this person B is coming from, it is totally illegal for him to do that. It's not matters that you who has been touched. It is matters this person B who has touched you, he knows from his heart that if I do this, it is illegal. So he's arrested because of intent. His intention to do that, it was malicious intent. But person A, maybe he touched you and he was not arrested. This person that was arresting has assessed the situation and has seen that this person A, when he was touching you, he was not malicious. So I learned that in my criminology class.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, broadly, even if you looked at the Sexual Offences Act, there are aspects of indecent touches, indecent issues that would cover that. But as he has clearly explained, it's how the other person perceives it. Was it an indecent touch or it was acceptable? And that's why you have to be alive to the social context. A few years ago, I think there was an American state that wanted to legislate such that if we are sleeping together and I wake up and realize your organ is erect, then that amounts to attempted rape, because it means you are excited about my close presence to you. Jamal, you wanted to say something? Oh, okay.
Me actually, it's like, I want advice, I want you to enlighten me, as in, me kama mtu wa boda. As in, take for example, mimi msee wa boda nauza service yangu like unanituma unanilipa. For example, umenituma gas, we mwanamke. Then ukinituma gas, mimi msee wa boda, you being a lady, lazima, as in si lazima, me being gentleman, lazima tuseme ni kuingizie gas kwa nyumba juu ni nzito, si ndio? So ufike kwa nyumba alafu niambie, sijui kuconnect gas. You see? Then si nitaingia tu niseme maybe ajue, si ndio? Niingie kwa hao niku-connect. Then you start touching me. Mimi ni msee wa boda. Then nikuambie labda nikatae, alafu niambie ni either you do it ama ni scream unani rape. So what kama mimi msee wa boda na style kufanya nini hasa?
Yes. He has said you should scream and ask for help, isn't it? Call 1195. Okay, we acknowledge the risks that are in that industry, okay? Even as the perception prevails that border riders, especially the male category, are perpetrators, the truth is that they are quite at risk, as we've heard from the two speakers, Brenda and our colleague here. And that's why we've also worked very closely with the entire border industry. Kevin, you know Kevin at the national level? Vincent at the national level, the chairs at the national level. We are working with them very closely on this. On Monday, we have a meeting with them in Kisumu. On Wednesday, a meeting with them in Eldoret to address the issues of GBV and how they can also understand the risks and protect themselves. The industry should also develop rules. Under what circumstances would you accept to get into a stranger's house, isn't it? They need that kind of sensitization. When you are dropping someone, if it's at the gate, at the gate. If you are dropping some luggage, if it's at the door, because you can be manipulated. But if it gets to that point, you can also report, isn't it? You can also report to police, I was violated when I did this. You will receive support. But sensitization in the industry is very, very important. And as Brenda was saying, you can easily be manipulated. Be on the lookout. We need that sensitization to be emphasized. Maybe Jamal, the last question, so that I hand over. This session has gone on, maybe longer than we were allowed.
Ni situation kama yake. Unapata unaenda na tuseme client kwa room. Unapata ulikuwa umebeba tuseme condom, lakini kumbe yeye yako anataka mtumie tuseme protection. So ni kama tu ni same case kwa sababu hapo hivyo tuseme mumelipiwa room mko huko juu na amefunga na haizi taka utoke, so maybe anakuambia it's either ukubali ama nikuoe ama nikose kukupa ile pesa. So mi okay, kenye nilifanya nitoke huko, mimi nilijifanya nikamwambia nataka nini vileo hivi kama pombe ama jaba hivi. So akakuwa convinced. Okay, nitategemea tu vile uko na akili ya ku-convince mtu, kwa sababu mtu akikwambia tuingie kwa nyumba tufanye hivi and then anataka kukuvata, itabidi hapo sasa umetumia akili ya kuzaliwa. So mimi nilimwambia nataka jaba ndo tushike mpaka asubuhi, na mimi kwanza zitumii jaba. So nikamwambia hivyo akakubali. Vile tu nimeteremka hivi nilikimbia mbio. I ran for my life.
Thank you, thank you. I should also allow veterans in the industry, Joel, to respond to some of these questions. Jege, you are veterans in the industry, madam here. The question that he asked on the risks that the border industry team faces, what Jamal has also commented, although that was more of a comment, as I hand over the mic.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry, just doing some IT stuff here. but I've gotten the question. So in terms of the risks, for the border guys, actually like yesterday we had a session with them. We were just launching a campaign on a smart border. And what we experienced or what came out of that discussion is they also get abused, and also the risk of being compromised by politicians, by people with money to do certain things that would, of course, compromise, for example, the peace and the peaceful coexistence in our society, and probably do things that are contrary to the law. Yeah, so there are many risks related to that particular community. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Please clap for Wafula. Thank you so much. That was good learning, Ama. There was a lot of good learning, Ama Sindivyo. Producer, we are good? Can we see our friend? We have somebody has been following online from the United States of America, and she wants to do a small live feed. She's been following, and she's very happy with what is going on. Her name is Daphne. Hi, Dev.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm very good, Chege. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. We are about 70 people here. I have some feedback. Okay. Thank you. Young people, I don't know if you can.
Chege,
Yeah?
I lost your voice.
You lost my voice. Okay, we are just working to fix it.
To be honest, Chege, I cannot hear what you say.
We are technology. What about now? You can hear us?
Chege, I cannot get you. You guys are breaking apart.
Can you hear me? We are here to sing.
Okay, thank you. I know you can hear us now with these young people. Maybe, Daphne, you can just kindly introduce yourself and where you are, and then you can please give us your inputs. We are very eager to also hear from you. You know, we are discussing issues of gender-based violence around electoral period. But maybe you can start by telling them who you are and where you are contributing from. Thank you.
By the name of Maida Mashira. I am 24 years old, generally a women empowerment project. I call myself a women empowerment project because that's what I do. I'm from Kenya, but right now I'm live from Washington, Seattle. I moved in here earlier in the beginning of the year. Yes, I am a mother. I introduced myself as a mother. I'm a very young mother. I was a teen mother. And yeah, basically, I host a lot of shows. I hosted Chege on my show, and he should tell you guys, that was really good. I made him blush and become pink, but I hosted him on my show. I do women empowerment shows. But yeah, that's it. That's me.
Yeah, thank you, Dev. Of course, sure. I'll make sure they watch between the lines. Maybe what can be your contribution towards our topic of discussion today? We were having a discussion around gender-based violence and elections, depending on also your inputs and contribution. What would you say about that?
Yeah, before I just say something about gender-based violence, I had your 70 youths there. Guys, vote with your hands, not your brain, okay? Use your brain, but do not vote with your brain. Do not let them brainwash you. Make sure you vote with your hands. Just use your hands on the pen, okay? Not to beat somebody up. Let there be peace. And on gender-based violence, I was listening to an earlier feed and then an issue about, a greeting that goes beyond the elbow. I would tell you this. Gender-based violence is not just about touch. It's not just about the touch. It's about everything. It's about how you make me feel. And to be honest, we all know and we all know how it feels when somebody touches you and abuses you. It's more, when you touch me like a friend, that's different. I will feel it when you're abusing me. I will just feel it from the touch, from the moment, from the tension between the two of us. So on gender-based violence during these elections, I don't really have something different to be like. I just be on the lookout. It starts from physical abuse. Let nobody force you to do what they want you to do simply because you're a spouse, you're a girlfriend and all that. That's just generally my input in this. Let nobody abuse you. Since I advocate for women, so I would say women or the ladies in here, it's time that you make a choice based on what you feel. If you feel like somebody is inappropriately touching you or inappropriately doing something, just speak out. I let people know that it's time you speak out. Don't be like, oh, that guy just touched me. Like, no. When he does it, say no. Just instantly. Let him get mad. Lose those friends that you're losing, but cut people off from the inappropriate things that they do around you, from the touch, from the topic, from the conversations. Don't lead anybody else. Don't lead people on. Yeah.
Wow, thank you. And finally, maybe before we let you go back to work, or you've just woken up, tips. Would like to. The room is full of very beautiful young ladies. What would be your tips? I know I've watched some of your past work. You shared very beautiful tips. How would you know that now? And maybe just golden tips that young people can also use to recognize and avoid situations that may blow up to violence?
Oh, I think about this. Think about being in a relationship as a woman. Relationship does not mean being in love or being in a romantic relationship. The relationship means just having a conversation, relating to somebody, okay? Take it in that perspective. And as a woman, learn how to say no. That's one thing I realized, that I'm a victim of not knowing how to say no. And I know how it cost me, and it's a trauma that I live with, but I learned to say no. Learn to say no, learn to say enough, and learn to walk away. The best thing you can do if you want to avoid violence, do not say, oh, now I'm not going to speak. I'm just going to be silent when we get in an argument. I'm not going to say this because I don't want to offend you. Don't say that. When you're getting an argument, put your input there, but lower your tone. Use your conversation tone. Do not raise your voice at people. I'm teaching myself how not to raise my voice, and I'm teaching myself how to understand people, accommodate people, because people with different personalities, you'll meet people with different personalities. You'll meet people with different understanding of things. You'll meet people with different approach on things. So as a woman, learn how to say no, learn how to accommodate people, learn how not to raise your voice back. And when the heat of the moment is there, just walk out. Just get out and go. Take a breath, breathe. As a man, I want you to understand the point on equality does not mean on strength, because our bodies are built physically different. I cannot say, oh, now because I'm talking about gender equality, oh, I can fight a man. Women can beat men up, men can beat women up, but as a man, your body physique is generally stronger than a woman. So you have to understand that you cannot fight a woman. You will break her, you will beat her up. And the best thing you can do is walk out. If you feel like enough is enough, just walk out. Just get out, breathe, come back and sort the issue. If it's not, it cannot be solved, I think that's the point where the relationship comes to an end. So this time of politics, I know a lot of people would be indoors and we're going to stay together because a lot of people have this tension going around. And when you take a break, maybe from work, from your school work, and you stay in with somebody, I just want you to understand that people are different. And it's okay to be different, but make sure you and your partner or you and the person that are together, understand the basic value of accommodating each other. Yeah, that's it, Chege.
Wow, thank you so much. It's sad that we have to let you go. What do you guys say? Yeah, nice, eh? Wacha niseme venye umesema, have some good time in Seattle. We'll link up later. Thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you, Dave. Cheers.
I'm live on the stream, but I'm at work. That's why I took a little short time off. But I'm sending my love to all of you guys, sending all my kisses.
Thank
I
you.
love you. If you know my show, you know that I always say I love you, and I always say be responsible when I end it. So be responsible.
We love you back. Thank you. Wow.
Bye, Chege. Have a good day.
Continue watching and sharing. Thank you so much. I hope we've gotten something. Yes, now for this moment, before we are nearing the end, you have asked so many questions. I don't know what we'll do in the plenary, Mr. Ofula, but in case there was a question that was hanging, we may have a few minutes. It will be shorter. But at this moment, we have some people who've done something, some young people would like to recognize. Where is the host, MC? Skynet Productions, Sindivyo? Ladies and gentlemen, please, I don't know if you are ready for this. Skynet Theatre Production, where are you? Or they already left? Wapigeni makofi wakikuja. Thank you, Skynet. Now you can give them water. Maji imekuja, chakula iko pale. We'll agree on how we can have food as we continue so that we don't break. We'll take a lot of time. We are nearing the end. Skynet. Ama wanaitwaje? Thank you, Skynet. Maybe ambia watu kitu alafu mfanye mambo yenu.
Saseni, mko fiti. So mimi naitwa Cash King ama Jonais. I come from a theater company called Skynet Theaters Production. It's based in Nakuru Players Theater. We do theater traveling, we do set books, we also do short films, we do skits, plus we also do music. Like for instance, tumekuwa na a project yenye tumekuwa tukiongelelea kuhusu peace. Tumekuwa tukiongelelea tukikutanisha youths na tunawaambia that they should kukataa kutumika, they stand for peace, because we as youth ndio huwa tunatumika kama nini, kama watu wa vita, si ndio? Yes, so hata nyinyi ningewa-urge, let us stand for peace before, during and after election. Sawa sawa? Sawa sawa? Yes, so nataka kila mtu aniambie stand for peace, kataa kutumika. Yeah, kataa kutumika, stand for peace. Yeah, hiyo ndo hashtag yetu. Hata ukisoma hapo nyuma ni kataa kutumika, stand for peace. Asanteni.
So tuli come up na song ya peace. Niliamka saa zile nikasema mimi hupenda sana kuspread gospel ya peace. So kuna track tulitoa. Inajulikana kama ukabila haina maana, hizo chuki hazina haja. Manze tupendane, si ndio? Tunajua Nakuru imejaa karibu all tribes of Kenya, si ndio? Na sisi ndio shida ikitokea sisi tutakuwa kwanza, si ndio? Tukienda pale nje tunaambia wase manze tukae kama bro, si ndio? So kuna song yenye nita perform ni all about peace. DJ Son Racing mtanisaidia, si ndio? Makofi tu hapa tu.
Hizi droplets. We get
ukabila haina maana, hizo chuki hazina haja. Ati tupendane sisi Kenya moja. Sisi Kenya moja. Naikumbuka tukana na galale, tulipoteza mali pia salale, tunataka haki yani kitu halali. Luka moja ndo vibe, ukabila ndo no, pika kurabi wise, ni msala upita. Ukabila ndo no, pika kurabi wise, ni msala upita. Ukishikwa shikamana, pika kuraya maana, sema rule number 1. Nickname pewa bro, weka above the head. Ukabila haina maana, kila mtu hazina haja. Tupendane sisi Kenya moja. Sisi Kenya moja. ukabila hazina haja, tupendane sisi Kenya moja. Sikiza, ati mbona tupigane leo tutengane, mbona tukatane kesho tuuane, badala tuungane tuwe kitu moja, nchi yetu kwetu itakuwa ni blanda. Mimi nakumbuka tu kama jana tulifukuzwa kwetu kama taka, so kama huna mani buta hiyo ni noma, so kama hu preach peace hiyo ni ngori, tukitumina noni upendo na amani. Vijana tujipange tusikuje kupangwa, vijana tujipange tusikuje kupangwa, sisi Kenya moja sisi damu moja, sisi Kenya moja sisi damu moja. Sisi kila mtu twende ukabila, twende hizo chuki, ade tupendane sisi Kenya moja, sisi nini? One more time, twende ukabila, nisikie hizo chuki, tupendane sisi Kenya. One more time, sisi Kenya.
Jua pia hata na mwezi,
sisi damu moja sisi Kenya moja, sisi damu moja sisi Kenya moja. Vurugu ya nini?
Sijui ni juzi ama ni jana, juu naikumbuka kama jana. Dear Lord, umetubless na akili, na nikisema sina nitakuwa sina, but thanks I'm a winner. Si 97 ilikuwa once, 28 ikakuwa twice. Tusikubali 22 ikuwe thrice, juu for wise people itakuwa 5 late. Sita kuambia kwa siku 7. Kwa siku 7 siku moja inaweza turn best friend wako to your worst enemy. Siku moja inaweza fanya assets zetu ziturn into ashes. Na even though they say ashes will go back to ashes, I believe it's too early for us. This time nataka to think twice ndio ikuwe wise kuvotia Miss Peace kwa red carpet. You masterpiece ni you, I mean us. Vijana after education waniuliza elimination method utaitumia kwa situation gani? Nikawaambia ukipatana na mama Otis eliminate Otis ubaki na mama, ukipatana na baba kama eliminate kama ubaki na baba, ukipatana na bro Koech eliminate Koech ubaki na bro. Ukiquit the relationship utapata the reason why you need a family. Na extremism is a disease. This goes to the fellow Kenyans. Let's stand for the peace, for the love, for the unity, and if they ask who said so,
one more time, twende.
Is it droplet said so?
Ukabila hizo chuki, ade tupendane sisi Kenya moja, sisi Kenya moja, twende. Ukabila ade hizo chuki, ade tupendane sisi Kenya moja. Yo, makofi tu hapa tu. Kenya moja au sio? Sisi Kenya, big up. Sisi Kenya. Thanks manze, si ndio? Ukabila ina nini? Wallahi, si ndio? Si Kenya moja, si ndio? Big up, thanks.
Wow, thank you. Everything is here, iko ready. Maji imekuja? Tutaongeza maji ingine pia, ukitoka unaenda na maji, at least una feel poa. I know because of time we have decided, Mike, we have decided that we can hit two birds with one stone, or 2 stones with one bird? Yeah. Mike, I know sisi ni watu wa young, sisi ni watu orderly, sisi ni watu tunaweza fanya mambo vingine. Mike atatusaidia venye tunaweza endelea kukula tukiendelea kumaliza. Please.
Hamjambo. Sio mimi nimechelewesha food, kwa hivyo msiniangalie vibaya. Najua kuna watu wanasema hiki ndio kimbe. Anyhow, because of time na tumesikia kuna bell imering, tukisema tena tutoke tena sijui watu warudi itakuwa story, si ndio? So you are suggesting like we can come out five people, or in rows, yeah? Tukichukua food, it's packed. So unarudi tu hapa ndani, tunaendelea kukula tukifanya nini? Tukiongea. So maybe this first row wakishani ni the second row ndio ikuwe orderly. Tusikue na commotion mingi. Ndio kama kuna session inaendelea inaweza kuikiendelea. Alafu we'll put some bins somewhere strategically so that after eating don't drop the news chini. Just drop them back into the bins. Sawa. Thank you. So I think maybe just starting with the first row, we can walk out slowly, pole pole. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Fungeni macho tuombe. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this fine day.
Hello. I know our energies are quite low, and therefore what I'll do is just to summarize the discussion that we had with Mr. Wafula in terms of just touching on very key highlights on the role of youth in the prevention of electoral violence, or what we call the EGBV, that is electoral gender-based violence. As youth, we are very important part of the community, and we cannot ignore that role, that we also at risk, and therefore it's very important for our voice to be heard, to be seen taking actions, whether it's small actions or big actions towards prevention of GBV. So the very first point is that it's important for us to create a safe environment for women and children as we approach or as we get into this period where we are going to have heightened situations due probably to people who support the various political segments in our country. From our data at GVRC, we see that 90% of people who are affected by GBV are women and girls. I can tell you, that might not be different in case we get into a crisis situation or what you'd call the post-election violence. Majority of people who start to be affected more adversely are women and girls. Yeah? Then we need to be actively involved in raising awareness as youths through whatever platforms, whatever opportunities that we get in our societies at family level or whatever groups we are in. Let's engage in a very aggressive campaign to raise awareness so that then we start to benefit at the end of the day. Then for the male youths, stop harmful ideas of toxic masculinity. I want to believe that we are aware when we talk about toxic masculinity. Yeah, we have, or sometimes we call it negative masculinity, and we have the positive masculinity. So for us, the young men, we need to break away from harmful ideas of what manliness or masculinity means. Yeah, we know probably some of the statements or how we have been socialized to behave as young men. And most of that affects women and girls in a certain way. So it's important that we break away from that and we promote the positive masculinity that is more uniting, that promotes equality and respect for women and girls. It's also important to understand and practice consent. Consent is one of the concepts that I think we need to seriously think about. Sometimes we go out of our way, or we do things without seeking full concept from the other gender. So very important for us to lead by example and mentor youth and also boys to respect and care for females. Next slide. Then we need to take a stand. Stand against electoral GBV or sexual violence, which is one of the types of sexual violence that is manifested or seen in most of the cases, and especially in crisis situations where people take advantage of the volatile situations to abuse women and girls. Never justify sexual violence or any form of electoral GBV. We need to be careful of the type of media that we consume. Does it promote equality, respect for one another, or does it then make us drift to situations where we do not promote respect for women and girls? We need to start a conversation. We need to be very deliberate, very intentional in what we are doing. Talk to other youths in our circle and your sphere of influence. So reach through the online, through offline, whatever opportunity that you have. And very important, we hold each other accountable. Call out GBV when you see it and make sure other people know and understand why. Speak against catcalling, inappropriate sexual comments, unwanted sexual attention, sexist and demeaning jokes. Next slide. So, as I conclude, just want to summarize the 2 slides that we need to speak out, we need to take a stand, we need to mobilize against electoral GBV, and take big and small actions to aid any form of electoral GBV. Thank you so much. Unless there is a question, I think I've taken less than 5 minutes. That was my intention.
That was wonderful. Si makofi ya Joel. Lakini kuna jamaa alikuwa anaangalia chapo, anakuangalia, so wacha nisiseme ni nani.
All right, all right.
Hi. Umetaja story na masculinity.
Yes.
And I have a problem with the youth of right now. And I am not blaming them. I am blaming the men who are not youth anymore. Watu wenye wamepita hiyo stage ya kuwa youth, they are not leading us, they are not showing us how men should behave, how you should treat women. Ukiwa kwa nyumbani unaona baba yako venye anapiga mama yako. And children learn through osmosis. So, ni watu wadogo sana wenye upata opportunities za kukuja kwa events kama hizi. But the society out here, there are a lot of blame games. But mimi ninasema the youth, watu hawajui wanaume wanafaa kubehave aje. Ndio maana kuna hiyo toxic masculinity. So, what is the right amount of masculinity according to you?
What is the right amount of masculinity?
Yeah, and I think there is a rejoinder here, Joel.
All right.
Before
all right.
you respond.
I'll tell this to every young person who is here. Don't wait for a person to give you a seat. Grab that seat for yourself. Learn things, the positive things, and put them in a better way. Pick what you think is best for you. If you wait for a person to come and lift your hand, be rest assured, utafika pali uko. I am where I am because I wanted to be where I am today. It's not because I wanted someone to come and hold my hand, nifike pale. I went and grabbed a seat for myself. That is why Nakuru County knows me as Muna. And Muna is Muna ni label Muna. Ukisikia Muna mahali kila mtu anajua Muna amefika. So grab a seat. Mimi namwambia to grab a seat for yourself. Don't wait for anyone to give you a seat. And that's why naambia vijana wengi, ukifika usifike ukaketi nyuma, kaa pale mbele. I'm here because nilikuja kaa nimechelewa, but ukifika kaa mbele. Grab a seat ukae hapo mbele, unaona? So mimi niko hapa kwa sababu najua pia mimi bado nimefika. Kuna mtu anaweza kuniambia nikaa nyuma, mimi nimefika pale niko. And I'm very proud of myself. So watu wa grab seat.
Thank you, so Muna. Have you realized when Muna speaks, the National Library shakes?
All right.
Wewe habari zenyu? Wenye wanakula mniangalie. Excuse, wenye wanakula. Excuse.
That is the risk when people are eating, you might not get full attention.
Yeah, on your issue of masculinity and what is the right amount of masculinity. Well, on my part, I believe masculinity, well, is something that ina come up to grow up eventually, sindio? So, you know, as kids, we used to make some certain choices. Hata ndo maana Yesu alisema acheni watoto wadogo waje kwangu. Maybe if we could return, we could somehow retain how we used to think as children, but now in a better way, so that we are now grown up. So unacheki. Some for example, dem amekwambia no, ukiwa mdogo, there is a certain way I handle, but ukiwa mbigi unadai force issues. Unacheki. Compromise at least. Compromise ndo uchunge masculinity yako.
Thank you so much. I think I can also comment. Okay, yeah, there is another.
Then Joel, you can do the wrap-up comments. George, Ideal? Or somebody from Ideal and as idea kupanga sasa the panel as Joel responds.
Okay, proceed.
I'm going to respond to the question yenye ameuliza the measure of masculinity, but I think any activity, any action, ama any words that you do ambazo zita hurt either wewe ama the people around you, you're going to know whether it's something positive ama it's something negative. So when you talk about positive masculinity, it has to be sort of masculinity that benefits you and doesn't hurt wale ambao wenye wako around you. So for example, when the society says that men shouldn't cry, what that means is that we've seen ikona effect on the mental health men, or speaking up on issues including gender-based violence when they happen. So positive masculinity is one, I would define it as one that doesn't hurt yourself in all the aspects and intersectionalities, na pia those around you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think she really put it well, that in terms of positive masculinity is what, of course, upholds the dignity and the respect of others and does not harm. Are we together? Yeah, so it's very important for us not just to be consumers of what's happening in our environment, but to critically ask ourselves the difficult questions, yeah? And what we believe that is not adding value to our coexistence, then definitely just need to put that aside and embrace what is positive for the sake of our peaceful coexistence, and just ensuring that we are within also the framework of human rights, that we respect each other, especially for the young men. Yeah? We are bombarded with a lot of information from social media, from our families, but we need to question and ask ourselves, all this information that we are getting from the many sources, what adds value to how we live with one another? Yeah? So as long as it's positive, then it adds value to our existence and our interaction. I think it's clear? Good. Yes, Rachel?
Okay, in terms of our Father's Day, I think on his question, I think tusiangalie kule ambako tumetoka, tuangalie kule ambako tunaenda. And then you find some of us chose not to learn from our families, but to learn from the people we interact with, and whatever is positive we take, whatever is not positive. There's a politician who's going to talk a very good message, lakini kuna pahali atataja jina moja mbaya kama Nyashinski in a certain song. So you omit what is negative, embrace what is positive, forging on, because we don't expect them to change. They are already old. There's nothing much they can do about it. But moving forward, you want to be a better father. You want to be a better man in the society. I think that's very important as a youth.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we are done with that session. So thank you so much.
Kindly, if you can, tutashout ama tutamklapia since you're eating. Ama you'll snap. You can talk to your neighbor as we arrange the panel session. You can tell them what you've gotten so far, network, mingle.
joining us today. And I really want to appreciate you very, very, very much for choosing Nakuru to be your venue. My name is Purity Kavuri Mutuko. I'm the Chief Librarian and the end of the library. The mission statement of the Kenya National Library Service is to enable access for information and knowledge for transformation of livelihoods, to enable access to information for knowledge and transformation of livelihoods. And we do so by partnering with great organizations like these ones who have good information that they can pass to the community, and at the end of the day, the community is empowered. And indeed, the community is transformed. And so I'm so happy that today we've been such a great team of you guys joining us this particular day. And behold, you've been empowered with information, isn't it? And behold, your lives have been transformed. And that's why our mission is at least achievable. So guys, help me appreciate this team. Yeah, whichever way, tap with your feet, whichever way. Thank you and welcome again and again. We are very proud as KNLS Nakuru. We usually call ourselves the People's University because this is a place for everyone. Don't say the library is for the students or for the dormed people. You know, wasomi. This is a university for everyone, including those that are in boarding. Kunae nimeona ako boarding pale. Actually, we have a program for pregnant and breastfeeding mothers, which takes place at Bodeni Maternity. So you see, it cuts across the board. Everyone is indeed catered. How can you benefit at the Kenya National Library Service? You can become a member, and it is absolutely free. You don't pay a coin to become a member, and you'll be issued with a smart card. You just get a card down there, and once you meet all the requirements that you'll be instructed by the librarians at the circulation desk, then you automatically become a member. For you to access the library, so long as you're in high school or in college or just working, you just pay 20 shillings just to access the library. For the children, it is absolutely free. Besides that, we have many other programs that learn at the library. Actually, this particular hall where we call it the program hall. This is the room where we get empowerment programs. We do free courses such as Introduction to Computers, Kenya Sign Language. We want really to make sure that we are able to communicate even with those that are somehow underprivileged in the community. We do readership and many, many other programs. Right now, we've already kind of shared the call for applications. If you've not seen that call, I think you've had a name that everyone knows here, including me. Muna. Please get hold of her. She'll be able to share with you the call for the courses. I'm sure you've seen it. And you can be able to enroll for those courses, okay? For more information, always feel free to get into my office. It is in the mezzanine floor. It's an open door policy. And I want to encourage all of you, should you have a program, don't feel like sina pesa ya kuhire hall. So long as you are not charging people, come talk to me. I'll give the hall at no cost. Just like what we did to them, okay? So long as you are empowering the library, mungeni appreciate na clap tu ni sawa tu. Anyway, thank you. I want to appreciate, I was in church actually. Today was our joint women ministry fellowship. Si mnaona tunakuanga sawa. And I came along with a great friend of mine. Please, my friend, you can say hello. Yeah, she's responded. She works with Egerton University as a librarian. Thank you so much na karibuni sana.
Thank you so much. Wow. There are people who decided they will do this from outside, but which is still fine. We can have our DJ, you can play something as our panelists make their way.
culture and betting control.
Hawaseni 10.
We are located kwa ofisi za PC, Block D, second floor, room number 7. We deal with women, men, girls, and boys empowerment. We also work on mitigating, yani kuzuia vita vya kijinsia, and also responding to them. Ukiwa una feel even you have a friend who's being violated, you can always approach us, hata kama ni hutaki kujulikana ni nani, labda observe, ama kuna mtoto ambaye anadhulumiwa, also maybe they are being neglected their right, like going to school, and then we will be able to get, either it's you the victim or it's someone else, we can get them legal aid through organizations that we have here, and also zenye ziko pale nje. We can also get them psychological help. Na pia ukiwa, nimesema tunadeal pia na empowerment ya kila mtu. Ukiwa na jambo ambalo una feel like maybe inazuiwa, you know, you go maybe somewhere you're trying to get through and ni haki yako na imezuiwa, pia you can approach us and we can know probably how to go about it and how to advise about it. Yeah, we also work on climate mitigation and adaptation. Si tunaambiwa tuache kuharibu mazingira because it's also affecting us in a way. On culture, we register groups, performing artists, and also we promote, we give platforms to registered artists within Nakuru. Probably kuna event ina happen and all that. We also, saa zingine tunapata training opportunities, you can come on board. Okay, I'm doing my introduction so that unaweza niona pia kando. On betting, we promote responsible gaming. Responsible gaming. Ukiwa na vitu kama unataka kuweka pool table, unataka kuweka shop ya betting, sisi ndio unakuja kwetu for licensing and all that, but we promote responsible. If we found out what you're doing is irresponsible na unapoteza vijana na watu kwa society, then we are also mandated to ask the authorities to close that down. Asanteni, and I love music and art, so thank you. It's my platform and I'm a youth. Thank you.
Muna is a human rights defender, a yearly alumni, cohort 31 to be specific, and I learned yearly through the American space where I am seated right today. I'm so passionate about gender issues, and I'm also a gender expertise. I work with, for, and at Youth Bilanoma. What we do at Youth Bilanoma, we have a center in Ajita, Ujuzi Hub. And at Ujuzi Hub, we have different courses. We have tailoring for the vulnerable women, especially who have undergone GPV. We have computer classes. We have hairdressing, and we also have a recording studio. The music that Skynet Data Production have just played, it's one of our products from our hub. We've also done mentorship for them. That is why they are right now passing information of alternative narrative to counter the information, misinformation out there. We do programs at the community level. We go out to the most at risk young people within the community. I believe you understand what I'm saying. The criminal gang groups are within Nakuru East and West, and not forgetting Naivasha and Gilgil. We reach out to them through their bases, trying to empower them, understanding them, and do profiling for them so that we can be able to place them in the right place. I know it's a risky job, but we've been able to remove some of them from the criminal gang and place them to a polytechnic, and others we've been able to help them open a small business within Nakuru County. Thank you.
Hello once again. I'm Lauren Wamaitha. I come from Lamu County, and I'm here to represent the UNFPA Youth Board. So UNFPA is United Nations Population Fund, and it's a UN agency that deals with sexual and reproductive health. And so as a member of the Youth Advisory Board, our roles there include advocacy, learning from different, being actively engaged in different processes of development, from policy making, budgeting, and all aspects that involve the young people, and that involve the young people. And so currently our mandate is working on, we call them the 3 zeros, the transformative results, that is achieving zero gender-based violence and all its forms, also ending unmet need for family planning, and the last one is ending preventable maternal deaths. So basically that's what we do.
Yeah, thank you. My colleague Lorraine has provided details on what we do at UNFPA. My name is John Wafula. At UNFPA, I'm the humanitarian program specialist for the Kenya Country Office. UNFPA believes that every pregnancy must be wanted, every childbirth must be safe, and every young person should achieve their potential. Thank you. I'll wait for the questions.
Thank you so much. My name is Joel Moredi. I work with GVRC of Nairobi Women's Hospital. Nairobi Women's Hospital is one of, it's our mother organizations, but a big partner of GVRC on matters GBV management. For me, I'm an advocate for social change, and majorly I do of program work, prevention and advocacy work. GVRC, we provide a free treatment or medical treatment to survivors of sexual violence or any form or type of GBV. We also do a lot of prevention work, working with different groups, the police, the teachers, the learners, and generally the community. We also do a lot of advocacy, contributing to the policy environment, to formulation of gender-related laws. And we engage at all levels, from county level, national level, and even at grassroots level. So thank you so much.
Wow, it appears our moderator has stepped out, but we can proceed. Do we have anybody ready with a question?
Tukiangalia from the point boda riders, sio watu wa kuaminika. You see, community imechukulia kwa boda ni watu tu as in, yeah. So ukiniambia ni scream, hata wewe sahi usikie boda rider ame scream kwa nyumba wenyewe and the lady a scream, ukuje hapo ulizwe nani anakaa kuwa mkweli, utaamini nani? So me I wanted, what should I do? You told me ni report. Then nastahili kufanya hiyo act ananiambia ama ndio ni report, or what should I do?
Let me give you in a perspective what we tell people on matters of safety, or rather how you can maybe help someone to report. You need to have, this is an advice to you, you need to have a quick dial, a person that you can quickly dial. You call that person and you place a phone in a particular way. that person will not hang the phone because you already told him or her, whenever I call you and maybe uski nikiongea, just listen or anaweza tap a record. That person needs to help you overcome that situation in this form of way. Utakall, and you be creative. You keep on maybe asking this person more question. You prompt more question for you to be able to find ways of how you can protect yourself. For example, utaanza kusemaje, now huku kwenyu nini bondeni, is it safe? You go further and deeply, useme hii plot number 27, iko vipi? So already automatically this person will know uko bondeni plot number 27 and you need to be supported. Unanielewa? There's so many ways and tactics of how you can protect yourself and prevent yourself from all these circumstances. So that is one of the things that I can tell you to do. But nevertheless, men fear to report because of fear of being discriminated. Wanaona kama watakuwa, quote unquote, watakuwa labeled maybe na police. However, we tell men, if you cannot report, look for a person that you are close to. Confide with that person and that person will be able to help you report that matter. Do not keep quiet. Usikose kuongea, because the more you don't want to air it out, the more you put yourself into a more privilege of being in a condition of having a mental health issue. That puts you in a more risk of you being recruited in this extremism group because you'll not be in your stable mindset. So I'll request you to maybe to follow the steps that I've told you and be rest assured you are going to get support.
I also feel with your question there's a gap because I realized when he was asking if you know your leaders, the boda leaders that are being that wanakutana and all that, probably you guys don't know. And every time people watu wa boda wanakuwa recruited, do you see? So I think also within your own organization, kwa sababu you normally have the cards. Ni kama sahi mtu wa Kenya Power kuja kuambia nataka kusoma mita. Because of what has been happening in Nakuru, you won't accept until they provide evidence that they work for Kenya Power and it's something genuine that you can call the office na waseme enyewe tumetuma watu huko kwako, si ndio? So I also feel we really need boda riders sensitized on the same because right now we don't want actually to be dealing with the response. We want to deal with prevention more because probably no, that case is for a guy and at least munapa amekusaidia because you see when you put a phone hata fikiria. But the conversation you're having with this person, another person can come in and save you. And also cut a record, even that can be presented as evidence because it's your own phone and that person, even in a court of law, and you are the one who's going to win the case, yeah? Chances are very high. But look in a scenario where it's a lady who's probably, or maybe a sex worker, who's probably in a case that maybe ideas haita snap at yakwe that smart. After that, tutakuwa tuna deal na response. How can we treat this person? How can we get legal aid for them? How can we get mental help for them? Do you see? But umefanya vizuri sana kuleta that question because we realize there is a gap. Boda guys, or most guys are not sensitized about these things and you don't know you are hizo vikundi. Unaona kwa sababu inafanya nyote mnakaa mnajua kama maybe kuna groups like us we have clusters. We have the technical working group in the county but we have clusters kwa kila sub county and anytime you come we have CHVs working there, we have health people, we have NGOs. Kama ziko Nakuru East ni cluster ya Nakuru East, kama ni Nakuru West, kama ni Kuresoi North, South, because probably we might not get there as a technical working group but we also feel there is need for sensitization. And on another note, we realize youth, you don't participate in the annual development processes, which it is your right to participate and ask even, why are we not sensitized on certain issues? Because you find there are gaps happening, but you are probably your leaders. Wanajaribu pia hawatapata ile nafasi ya kualika hivi, probably you want maybe handouts and all that, which shouldn't be the case. Sahi mkisema hatujui kitu fulani, tunataka kujua kwa nini hii ina happen kwetu. Do you see? Even with these issues that are happening back at our places, local places, if you're able to participate in these things, the budgeting processes and all that, then trust you me, you'll have more knowledge on the happenings that are happening, and you're able to hold your leaders accountable, and even get the acts and the bills that talk about civil education and civic education. I feel there's a very big gap with who is leading you and what is happening. I feel there is need for connection. Thank you.
My question will mainly concern access. You see, the way we have this forum here, and the services offered by different organizations represented, how accessible are they to everyone? When the lady previously asked about the hotline, even most of us here did not know it. Now I'm thinking about youth mwenye sisi tunaweza sema sisi ni watau, quote unquote, huko ndani, how accessible are these services huko ndani? Once I was doing a legal aid project with school, and then we went to a certain school, iko mbali sana. We were talking about rape and sexual violence. And then we went on to tell them how they should report it to police and all that. But from where they state police, like 3 kilometers, like it's so far. So there are so many NGOs, and I'm glad you have representation from the county. How accessible is, because I think access is everything. If you have access to information, then you'll act on it. If you have access to all these things, a lot of services from maybe the government manner were decentralized, if you can say that. But I feel NGOs, the activities as they do are not exactly centralized. Ziko based in the urban centers, like we can have this forum here. But kuna hizo wards huko ndani, come from Menengai West constituency. No, Rongai constituency, Menengai West ward. But within Rongai constituency, kuna wards zingine ziko mbali ndani, the inaccessible areas huko kwa grassroots. So how do we get these forums, these informations, the hotlines to them? Kuna place ingine huko kenda Hyrax, Menengai Kreta, upite hivyo mbele sijui nitoke the mama ngambo, mali uko juu. So how do they even get to these centers or access to that information? If kuna means sama, if maybe that happens, and I wouldn't know.
I can maybe assist you in that. We acknowledge and agree there are a lot of gaps. There are a lot of gaps when it comes to access. But then, if we were able, we would have brought each and every person from those different areas here. But sasa sisi wenye tuko hapa, now that's our role. That's our role. That is why you're here. You're here because the other young people ambao wako kwenye mnatoka will depend on whatever information that you've been able to get here. So for example, we've been able to get the hotline number 1195. So it's up to you not to be a bystander. Usikuje tu kwa sababu umekuja kuna free lunch or something. Now it's up to you, tukitoka hapo ukienda kwenye umetoka, then you're supposed to ensure that how wenye wako huko wamepata hiyo information. And then how wenye utapea information, you try creating a ripple effect. How wenye umepea hiyo information, waweze kufikiwa. Kama ni church, that's a platform you can be able to utilize. Kama ni WhatsApp groups, the young people. Kwenye nimetoka, we have a Lamu WhatsApp group. You can say today I was privileged to be part of this and this, and take that responsibility. Leo ni Saturday, kesho si ni Sunday. Aya, mkibaki youths, si hiyo ni platform unaweza waambia. Ukienda shule, si hiyo ni platform you can be able to talk about these things. And so that even as you continue talking about it, we are going to have more voices. And then hizi gaps ambazo ziko, we can be able to address. Wakijua ya kwamba wewe kama msee yangu unajua hivi na hivi, the county or other stakeholders will be watakuwa prompted to try do something in the capacity that they have. So even though you do not have platforms, hata kama ni hizo barazas zenye ziko, kama ni whatever space that you have a role for you, kwa sababu uko privileged kuwa hapa, you bridge that access, especially when it comes to information and to knowledge. and then whatever other stakeholders can be able to do, it will be because voices zitakuwa raised based on what you've given. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think I can also add something to what she has said. Information is power, and we need to create that multiplying effect as or once we leave this place. There are many opportunities out there in our communities that we can make use of. I know, for example, a lot of us as youths, we get opportunities in our local media stations, which are very powerful in creating awareness. So let's make all seize those opportunities and be able to reach out. Yeah, we have the barazas, we have the social media platforms. Let's, I think, make maximum use of that, the digital technology. How can we be able to reach out to masses using the digital technology? I know, for example, we will also be sharing a lot of e-posters in relation to EGBV. We would encourage, once you come across such an e-poster, why not post it in as many groups as possible so that people know that there is existence of 1195. We have 116, which are national hotline numbers. For example, for GVRC, we have the toll-free number, which is 0800-720-565. If you happen to call these numbers, then you start the opportunity to get more information and support. Yeah, because we also want to enhance the referral and the linkage from pale mashinani all the way to the health facilities. And you are the people who can be able to help us do that. We must appreciate that for some time we have had a lot of gaps in terms of access to information, and of course also access to services and uptake of the services. Yeah, because then sometimes when we talk, for example, about access to justice, if we do not manage the case very well from the source, for example, from home or school, and we mess up with that, then even accessing justice becomes a problem. And this, the community people, our friends, our families must understand the importance, and they must appreciate why it's important to report, to access the medical services, and even now access to justice. Thank you.
Having said all that, I'll pose a question to them. How do they use their smartphone? Because how you use your smartphone matters a lot. Most of the time, tunashindaga Facebook, Instagram. But kuna a lot of information in our smartphone. Najua saizi almost 95% of us tuko na smartphone, sindio? Sindio? But the way we use it matters a lot. Ukiamua kwenda Instagram, kupost a lot of nothing, it's up to you. But you can use Instagram to market yourself, sini ukweli? You can use the same Facebook to market yourself. At the same time, look for a person, or rather, evaluate yourself ujiulize, mimi niko na lineage gani? For example, mimi niko into human rights, ndio? Nitaenda niangalia all the organization ambazo kwamba ziko kwa human rights, na niwafollow, simply because I want to get an update from them. Niangalie labda, Devi anafanya kitu nye mimi nafanya. So I'll go niende nitafute Devi Facebook, nimlike, akipost kitu niko na opportunity, sindio? Lakini mimi nikienda nitafute mtu mwingine mwenye atusaidiani na yeye. You get my point? Do you get my point? So let's use our smartphone in a better way, in a meaningful way. Sawa sawa?
Nami pia niko na swali. Wakati mwingine tunaweza kuwa tuko katika uhusiano na mtu, alafu mimi niko na kiongozi ambaye nataka nichague, mwenye mimi naona kwamba ni mzuri. Huyu pia ambaye ni mpenzi wangu anataka kuchagua mwingine, so hapo hivyo tutapigana. Nikienda polisi, juu saa zingine unapata mtu huwezi enda kuripoti, juu utashinda utaenda kusema nini. So ama tuseme polisi kuna right ambaye inaweza kuwa, ama tuseme kama si right, ni law ama penal codes imewekwa mahali kwamba mtu akipigwa kwa sababu ya ni kama aibu kidogo, kwa sababu ukienda kusema ati nimepigiwa juu ya Wajakoya, unaona utachekelewa na umepigwa. So itakuwaje?
Okay, I feel personally like I have a very good friend of mine here, and Muna is my friend, but I think tukikaa na Muna, even that boyfriend of mine, sidhani nita disclose kure yangu napatia nani. I feel that is a personal decision, yeah? Even at a marriage point, I feel it's personal unless you guys are so much expressing. Probably pati yako ikionekana kwa TV unaanza kushangilia, yeye na yeye yake ikionekana anaanza kushangilia. But also remember, at the end of the day, even at the polling station, you're not allowed to go maybe with someone who helps you to vote unless it's a person who's a PWD. So pale pia utakuwa peke yako. It's not you're going to take a photo and maybe and I'm talking about from a point of preventing violence, because you find even people who are married but maybe one is a Kikuyu, the other one is a Luo or Luya or Kalenjin, you see, and sometimes inaletanga hiyo mvutano. But you somehow, we are so many in Kenya, we are like 42, 43 tribes, so somehow you coexist. I feel at some point that is, unless totally you opened up to the person, and I feel you opening up, you are also somehow ulikuwa na tashwishi if this person will be excited about the person I'm probably supporting. I don't know how the rest feel about it.
Well, you have the right to vote for the person that you prefer as your candidate for whatever position. And nobody should restrict you from making it public that your preferred candidate is so and so, because it's your right to choose whoever you are going to support. You should also know that any offense is punishable under the law. What you have described is an act of assault, and assault is punishable under the law. So that person will be charged with an act of assault, and the law will take its course. All that you need to do is to report. We have also talked about acts of physical violence. But let's remember that even emotional, psychological, or verbal attacks constitute crimes that are punishable under the law. And you should not excuse anyone to get away with it because it was not physical violence. It was just, it was verbal or emotional violence. Even such cases should be reported, and the law will protect you to the extent possible. Thank you.
Yes, I don't have a question, but I want to opine into the several questions that have been asked. Like I have seen since I've been here that my friend with pink hair has asked several times about border guys and how they are being sexually harassed by women. And several people have also given their opinions. And though he has stepped out, I just want to say that if maybe he finds himself in such a situation, disaster response stipulates that if you are under pressure, don't plead with the perpetrator. Don't say, "Aki, please, Mr. Aki." Just try to comply. If it is like, let's say, if someone wants maybe your phone, for example, this is an example, not his situation, so I'll relate later. Someone wants your phone and maybe he has a knife, or maybe it's an Al-Shabaab and they have guns and they have stormed this room. The best thing you can do is to comply. Like the way he was asking us, should I scream? Because the lady has threatened me and has said that she's going to scream if I say no. So my advice to him is he should just comply. He should just tell this lady, I am willing to have sex with you. And like my friend also said earlier, he should also try to be wise. He should say, maybe we can have sex later, not at this moment. Maybe he can try to maybe romance her kidogo. Maybe he can touch some of her private parts so that this lady just relaxes and does not scream. And then maybe she convinces her that they are going to meet in a room. He has asked this question several times to different people. So I just want to mention that it is always better to comply when you are under pressure. Because nyi wote mkiwa juu, things will just get worse. My friend another person has said about Wajakoya, and he used that example, and about violence during GBV. I want to tell you that it is your right to vote for the person that you want. But it is not your right to keep sharing. Especially if you are not certain the person you are sharing to is also for Wajakoya. For example, this place that you are seated in, so many people are inside here, and this is not a political rally for Wajakoya. So it will be totally inappropriate for you to start saying, by the way, mnajua mimi ni Wajakoya? Because you are not sure that all of us here are for Wajakoya. That is option one. Now, option two, somebody had said that if it is your husband or if it is your partner, and your partner has decided that now the whole house will vote for Wajakoya, it is your right to vote for the person that you want. But also, it is not in your power to incite your partner into violence. So here, you make a wise decision. You agree with your husband. Like I said earlier, when you are under pressure, it is better to comply. Agree with your husband. Tell your husband, my husband, if you have decided that this house is for the Wajakoya, there is no need for you to beat me up and remove my eyes. Mimi, as your wife, I will vote for Wajakoya. And for the rest of the period, elections has just remained like 9 days. For the rest of the remaining 9 days, you will live in that house peacefully. After
of our numbers they get, like information itafika hapo na hapo. So I feel from our gender office we have done that. I can't talk on the other departments, but we have tried also to liaise probably with the environment, the population, but the population is from the national government and all that. But we have really tried to get out to the people, but let Muna answer on the communication kindly.
Let me support her, because we work closely with the Director of Youth, Gender and Sport. But I'll start first and foremost with issues of misinformation through the online spaces. Youth Bilanoma has trained 40 youths in any fake news within our institution. And we have ongoing program through the online spaces in our Facebook account and Twitter account, whereby we are sharing of the correct information. And in Facebook, we've partnered with the Nakuru County Moms and Dads in ensuring that we share the correct information and counter any misinformation that has been shared through the online spaces. That is what we've done. Physically, in partnership with the Director of Youth, we've been able even to support the Skynet data production. Amongst them, we have Mtaani Connect in Naivasha. We have Naivasha Young Tax Peer in Naivasha, whereby we train them on how to counter narrative and to share the correct information through art. Like you can see in Skynet data production, they've done a short film called ZD, and that song Kenya Moja. In Mtaani Connect, they've reached out to the Boda Boda guys. the young women in marketplaces within Naivasha. Young Turks, they've done a short song. They've done a music too. And they've shared their music within Naivasha. They've used their music in passing the information. We've done a road show in Naivasha to reach out to the young people. Back to Skynet Theatre Production, we've done dialogue in 4 institutions: Kabarak University, MKU, ICS, and the other one I think Mesao Gina. We've done a candid conversation with the use of the short film to provoke a candid conversation between the young people, and on board we had the Kenya Police, we had the people from, a representative from IBC, we had representative from the Office of the County Commissioner, and also the civil society were represented in having the conversation. So we've been sharing information with the young people. And not forgetting our young people ambao kwamba wako kwa bases. We've done a partnership program in partnership with the interfaith religion. They had a fund under the USAID, so we've done like 2 activities in Nakuru East and West, whereby we are trying to talk to young people on how we can have a peaceful election come this year. And we had peace pledges in Naivasha and also here in Nakuru County, in Nakuru East, not Nakuru County, Nakuru East. So we've not been able maybe to go further because, you know, with issues of maybe funding, but the little we've done, we've been able to tell people to share more. So we have people who do counter narratives through the online spaces, and we also use the social media influencers very well to pass the correct information. I think nimemsaidia kujibu. So they don't, you see, the county government and the national government, they don't work alone. We work together. And I'm supporting her because I'm also part and parcel of Nakuru East and West GBV cluster. So we work closely and together. So what we do, at times we invite them to our program. So whenever they have a program, we work together. So we work together. And on Thursday, there was a program that had been supported by Kenya Red Cross, whereby we had almost close to 50 youths. Sindio, the lady kwenyuma, you know, hajuka mimi ni volunteer wa Red Cross. We had close to almost 50 young people who had, they were going to be, they had a dialogue on matters of also election. So different organizations are doing different things, supporting both the county government and the national government. It's a collective responsibility.
Wow. Yes, thank you. I think, is this on? Yeah, I think because of time, we know there was a lot. But please, let us appreciate our panelists. Yani after tumekula mchele, tuongeze kidogo. Yes, thank you so much. They can make their way back because we've ended. If you have further questions, I'm sure you've seen all the social media pages. You can DM, you can speak to Wafula directly, you can speak to Ben directly, you can talk to Joel, Muna, all of them are still here. Sawa sawa. Yeah, you can talk to them, you can reach to them through their social media pages. For me, I think it's been a great day. What do you have to say? The host, my co-host.
My day has also been very educated, and I have seen a lot of people and nimesikia a lot of opinions, na nitaenda kutumia social media yangu wisely, as Muna said.
Yeah. And without wasting time, I'd like to actually extend our deepest, because hakuna time ya kufanya mambo ingine mingi, our deepest gratitude on behalf of the whole team that organized this National Library Service. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Nyinyi ni wa true, ajabu. The young people of Nakuru, the stamina yenye mko nayo, I wish I was young again. Thank you so much for holding through. Thank you so much for holding through and surviving us. Kwa wale ambao tumewachosha, nyi wase nyinyi pia ni wa true sana. Mjipigie makofi. Thank you so much. Ideal Productions. I know you guys, we can't even afford you. Nyinyi level yenyu ni international, but you've come through for us again and again and again. Na Mungu wabariki sana because of what you are doing for young people. Kwa wale, if you have any comment how we can make this better, we are always open. We are always open. Please reach to us. Sindivyo? and we hope that we will make it better. Na Mungu awabariki sana wakati mnapoenda. Wacha tu tusemewe maombi with our sister, please. You can say the prayers, and I don't think there is anything more to hold you here. Asanteni for surviving us the entire day. Sawa sawa. And if you forget everything, don't forget that there is a place you can speak out, a place that is open. The toll-free numbers are there. Call the toll-free numbers. Usiumie, usinyamaze. You can also speak on behalf of your friend. Thank you.
Hello once again. We can stand up. And as we stand up, I would like us to conclude with this scripture. Ecclesiastes chapter 12. Naona kuna wenye wanafungua. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verses 13 and 14. The Bible says, "Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every sacred thing, whether it be good or whether it be bad." Sindio? Yeah, so as we conclude, as youths, just remember you're free to do everything. You have the freedom to do everything, whatever you deem good or bad. But the conclusion of the matter is that one day, sisi wote tutatoa hesabu. So what, utatoa hesabu ya upande mzuri ama upande mbaya? Think about it. Let's pray. Our King and our everlasting Father, we worship you and we honor you, even as we give thanks to you that you gave us this day. Plans were made concerning it, my Father, and Lord, you have made it successful until now. We want to thank you for you've been with us from the time we began until now that we are coming into a conclusion, my God. Thank you because of everything we have discussed in this place, that it may help us as youths, even during this time as we approach the elections, my Father. Our prayer is that you may give us peace and you may help us to be preachers of peace and to exercise it, my God. Even as we leave this place, we may not forget to repent of everything that you have done in this place that did not please you, be it in our thoughts, be it in our words, and whatever else, my God. May you forgive us and wash us with your blood, Jesus. As we part ways, we speak blessings upon the organizers of this event and upon everybody who came to this place, my God, that as we leave, you will go with us till we meet again in your own due time. In the mighty name of Jesus, we do pray, believing and trusting. And now may the grace and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Mujifunze, sawa sawa. Thank you. DJ, weka mziki as you leave. Somebody has left their phone. Okay, you had forgotten. Thank you so much, guys.